Good morning, everybody. We are back for round 3 of Arknights reactions, joined once again by Squirrel. Say hello to everybody, Squirrel.
Good evening, chat. Good evening, future viewers as well. How y'all doing?
And a brief introduction for all of the newcomers to the channel. I'm Mlynar Beercraft. I'm part of the totally real, not at all made up VTubing corporation known as FlaVR. And this is part 3 of a series where I've been reacting to and analyzing characters from Arknights, a game which I have never played but really want to now. If you're interested in more about FlaVR, Lord Mollington's working on a documentary on the history of our illustrious corporation, which I will drop in the chat here. And then if you go to my channel page, you'll find links to my gen mates. Some of whom I'm hoping and planning to have on this stream in the future as we branch out into other games beyond Arknights for some of your suggestions from last time. So look forward to that. But thank you to everybody tuning in live. I'm too boomer to figure out the settings to remove the emote button right now, so I'll have to figure that out later. But welcome Chan, Rishiro, Kazuhira, CJSGNR, Kevin Seraphim, and PQ Jizmahidwigiva Burzlahan Wimwimweo. And Kevin Jakes, welcome in. Got it on my first try. Nigerian shower starfall. Good morning or good evening. Squirrel, how is the evening? The morning's foggy.
Well, it's just a nice summer day out. I did manage to squeeze in a quick bike ride after work, and then I had to run downstairs and spend the next hour downloading random WebM files to get all these chibis together. But you know what? I made it in time, so it's been a good day so far.
The late start was trying to find a cursor to use so I can now gesture at things, which we have here. We now have a can of Radical Skedaddle at which to point at various things on the character now, so I'm not just gesturing wildly on my screen with no one able to see and trying to correlate everybody onto the details I'm talking about.
See, and I suggested the Monster Energy Ultra Zero because it is, of course, as we all know, boomer juice. So the bang's a little more colorful. I'll give you that.
Radical Skedaddle is the best flavor of bang they ever made.
Is
no
it
one
like
else
raspberry?
No one else has made something that tastes like real Skedaddle.
I must confess, I've never thought about what Skedaddle would taste like. Skittles?
It tastes radical.
Oh,
actually,
like skateboarder.
Actually, Purple Kittles tastes. You ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
It's been a while.
There's the machine that makes something almost but not quite like tea.
Huh.
Purple Kittles is almost but not quite like Skittles.
Ah.
That one was also the hardest flavor for me to track down. I had to find. I was at a Sheetz in West Virginia, I think, when I finally found Purple Kittles.
Always trust in country roads, right?
I've been searching for that one ever since Gura mentioned it on stream. Actually, it was the Gura Mori clip where they're talking about how much caffeine is bang that is actually why I tried it, I must confess.
I sometimes wonder how either of those women are still alive. From basically all I know about them is they consume excessive amounts of caffeine. I don't know if that's true or not.
They used to, at least. But then Monster bought out Bang, and they lost their insane CEO, and now the cans look boring, and I can't find Radical Skedaddle anywhere, so I've had to change energy drinks.
Look what they've taken from you.
We used to be a proper country. Look
Yeah.
at that.
We used to have Radical
We
Skedaddle.
used to have Radical Skedaddle in a Radical can. Now all of the cans are like white, and you just have like the small colored border to different. Okay, all right. Actually, chat. We're analyzing energy drink cans in tonight's stream.
After all, just like this character, there's a bang inside. Oh, nailed it.
Got 'em. Now look at this. Look at this garbage here. Um, Bang energy cans. I guess they do still make the flavor, but not here apparently. Just dragging everything into my mecha tier list folders. There's gonna be a lot of non-mecha stuff in here now. Look at this.
My God, what have they done?
Right? Like now you just look at the shelf and it's just all white cans, and then like you can, you know, as you get closer you can start to pick out what you're actually looking at, but like when the cans were just like their flavor's color, it was real easy to see at a glance whether it was worth walking over there or if all they had was like, I don't know, Purple Haze or Star Blast.
AI generated energy drink titles.
Hmm,
Except for Radical Skedaddle, that's a classic.
good one.
So we'll give you guys just a little bit of leeway on this very first one. I believe our illustrious host here already knows this character's name.
Oh, but there's one thing I don't know.
What don't you know?
Is it pronounced W or is it pronounced whiskey?
I say what, but I suppose that it's probably supposed to be the letter W.
Oh,
So
really? I was gonna say I think it'd be
whiskey
cooler if it
would
was
be cool,
pronounced
I'll give you that.
whiskey per phonetic alphabet rules. Oh wait, I can't delete that one. That's our cursor. Actually, I have one more tangent curveball to throw at you because this is something interesting I discovered before uh, earlier this week before this stream. I want to see
Oh, do tell.
if you'll pick it out either. All right, so I'm working on a kit bash project that involves a 1/12 scale model of Boba Fett. As I was cutting the pieces out, I noticed something interesting about his costume that I had never noticed before, and I want to see if you can pick it out. I don't know if I'm late to the party and noticing this, and if you're going to be like, this is super obvious, but I noticed something interesting about his clothing.
So should I try to see what is the interesting thing? Is that what I'm guessing here?
Yeah.
Well, the thing that stands out to me looking at the still frame is his neck like a trash bag?
No, but that's what you're noticing on the neck is part of what I was noticing for the first time.
Oh, is he a dummy? No, there was a person in there. What am I saying? Um, the neck looks funny to me. I guess I've never looked at this. Is there letters on his helmet?
No, I don't know if this is fair to ask you to guess that because what wasn't obvious to me may be so obvious to you that you don't think it's worth commenting on. Look
Hold on,
here.
oh, the bang is
Oh,
behind.
yep. There we go. Look around this area.
Is that jeans?
No, but
Um,
what I noticed was his flight suit is not all uniform color because he's actually wearing a gambeson over top of like his flight suit, right? So he has the blue flight suit, and then he actually has like this light gray off-white padded gambeson to include the neck wrinkles there underneath his body armor.
so that's probably they just glued the bits to it.
Yeah. But I never noticed that before. I'd always kind of just assumed like, oh yeah, he's got like the blue flight suit and then his body armor. And then I'm looking at the sprues and I'm like, wait a minute, why is his torso a different color than his limbs?
So is this also evident on the model,
It
like
is.
the little plastic fella?
Yeah. That's what
Huh.
tipped me off was the difference in color between the sprues for his torso and for his limbs. And then I actually looked at the character closer and I was like, no, actually that's correct. And I thought it was neat that he's got like a padded gambeson underneath his armor. It's a nice little fantasy touch. Space opera.
I mean, there's no reason not to keep using them. They work.
Yeah. And as you can tell by all the scorch marks on his armor actually does work.
The stormtroopers got budget cuts. You understand?
Hmm. My my pet theory for a while, which I'm sure the EU completely blows this out of the water, but my assumption was that the stormtrooper armor is bulletproof but not blaster proof, which is why no one uses automatic slug throwers in Star Wars. But I'm sure there's some EU setting where people still use stuff like that. I was like, that's
I
why
think the
everyone switched
Ewoks
to.
use crossbows.
Yeah, well, crossbows do well against modern Kevlar, from my understanding as well, because the penetration mechanism is different than a bullet.
It's like cutting rather than
Yeah, it's basically a knife coming at you very, very fast.
we put a knife on a stick and shot it at you. Genius.
So I was like, that's why everyone uses blasters, even though their accuracy is worse and their rate of fire is lower, is because all of the most basic armor in the universe defeats bullets.
I guess it kind of makes sense. They're more like plasma casters than lasers, right? Because they don't travel at the speed of light.
Yeah, actually that was one of the cooler parts about the new Dune was the way the las guns are depicted, and you just see like a almost instantaneous thin beam flash out and then disappear.
Hmm.
So
The more you know.
yeah, I was like, that's both really cool looking and closer to how an actual laser weapon would work. But I do love the way the plasma casters look when they're fired. Anyhow, enough enough digressions there.
We've already
Uh,
done our first tangent. Look at us. Actually, that's the second. First one was
second
IndyCars.
tangent. I dragged chat in front of the images here so that anyone watching later will be able to like see what chat's suggesting, and then I will just like what I'll do is I'll open up the text box to edit the guesses here and just drag that in OBS over the chat box so I won't be able to see what everybody's saying.
So yeah,
Shirakazu
we've
here's saying her name is pronounced W.
or W.
W. Oh wait, I got my third tangent, but it's related.
Okay.
In Duel Masters, in the Japanese version of the game, there's a card mechanic called Double Breaker, where a creature breaks two shields when it attacks. And in the Japanese version of the game, it's literally written out like W Breaker, because phonetically they'll then say Daburu Breaker.
Is this related to Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, this is Duel Masters,
Different game?
different game. Duel
Oh,
Masters
okay.
is actually made by Wizards of the Coast, much to my sadness, because I refuse to give them money. But it's basically like a simplified, I think in a lot of ways nowadays, more fun version of Magic the Gathering that they explicitly made for the Japanese market. So it got like a couple of releases in the States, kind of petered out over here, has been going strong in Japan the whole time. Then they tried relaunching it in the States as Kaijudo with completely different branding, card back, so it was totally incompatible with the previous player base's cards. And that died even more quickly. Meanwhile, Japan's just been chugging along with regular releases since like the mid 2000s, I want to say. It's the only game I know of with the triple-sided card.
What's the third side? The edge.
You like, I think it's actually made out of plastic or something. I tried to find one in Akihabara without success, but you like, it starts as a single normal-sized single-faced card. Then you like unfold it into a double-sized card for the second face, and then you like unfold it a third time
Oh, that's
for an
neat.
extra large card.
So it's made of plastic, I'm guessing.
I think so. Plastic or metal. I do have some promo cards from Duel Masters that are like stamped metal. But the point of that is if it's pronounced W, I'm sure the Chinese pronounce that letter differently than the Japanese, but I'm wondering if there's any kind of punning on double that's intended there.
There's none that I know of. So it's maybe somebody in the chat knows if that's true or not. Not something I've ever read.
Hmm. All right. Well then, all right. Enough tangents. We'll get into it.
Should we briefly re-explain the methodology or kind of the idea of what we're doing here, just to make sure everyone's on the same page for those newcomers?
Yeah. In fact, you know what? That's worth another text box up here
Nice.
somewhere.
More text
If I
boxes.
have room, maybe we'll just add it to this one.
Yeah, I'll give you the story, the brief story again, chat. Some of you might have heard it already. I had an idea just a while back of I was trying to ask some of my friends. I'm like, what do people think of like these characters they don't know anything about, right? Because I was the only one who played this game. And I was talking about it with one of my other friends over Christmas. No, this is New Year's. They were over for New Year's, right? We're just like hanging out. He's like, "Oh, I like that one." He's like, "Oh, that one's cool." Blah blah. So unfortunately, then he started playing the game, which meant I could no longer use him for my experiment. Um, until one fateful day, this must have been month and a half ago, as I was playing Helldivers 2 with our boy Miliardo here. I think I suggested, I forget, that was kind of late at night for me. But and he's like, we should do a stream out of that, and then here we are. So that's the background story. So now he's going to be guessing a couple things here. And I guess we're not looking at this as like it has to be exactly in this order kind of thing. But, well, you can read it on the screen there. This is still a work in progress, so we may modify this slightly as time goes on. I think the idea, whoever suggested last time, of the chat suggesting fake code names once we get to that part is a pretty cool addition. So we had fun with that last time. Am I missing anything? Is that kind of the gist of it?
No, I think that hits everything, and we've been going with like 7 fake names from chat, and
And
then
one real one.
yep,
Well, the only real one, right?
and anyone who
Now he's
successfully fools me gets their name added to the column of honor up here that W is currently posing in front of.
so also one of the things we're gonna trap this time is if he guesses something close enough, I'll just tell him if he's right or incorrect. See if we can't maybe speed up some of those processes a little bit. We'll see how it goes, I guess.
Wait. Not to get all political chat. Is she called W because she has so many weapons of mass destruction?
I don't know. I might have gone with Saddam, but well, there's some steel beams behind her. Look at that. Maybe you're onto something.
Cockroach juice can't melt steel beams.
It does get a high enough temperature. There were explosions going off in the building. We heard them.
Oh wait, she's got a sticker on one of these beams though. What does that say? Need an even bigger
W
monitor
is
just
on
so
the
I can.
floor.
W is on the floor. Yeah. 0. Peace Walker. Are any of these game in jokes or just funny stickers?
I think they're just stickers that the artist decided to write up. I don't think there's anything that would really directly relate this to Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. Things that blow up, yes, sure. I don't know. That might just be an Easter egg, or it's just it sounds cool and they stuck it on there. So yeah. One more thing before I forget to chat as well. As far as some of these guesses go, I'm trying to avoid like a lot of plot details, like this character X does this thing and then Y happens, because that's something he'd probably better experience for himself. So little details here and there, but it's more towards the personality and some other stuff, not so much like what drama is this particular character related. Like I'm not gonna give him the whole spiel, basically, just little tidbits, right? Because I don't want to spoil anything too much, at least.
All right. Okay. So we know her name is W, or Whiskey, or Wa. I do know that she is a cockroach.
Did you guess that by looking at her, or did you read that somewhere?
I read that somewhere. Moonshine Animations made a custom figure of her.
Oh yeah, she's
I
got
think
a
a
couple.
year ago or something. It was like everybody's favorite cockroach terrorist or something.
She's sometimes referred to as La Cucaracha or just Roach.
Hmm.
So,
But I like, which is also, it's really funny that she has this style of anime hair, because I've heard some people derogatorily refer to this style of anime hair as like cockroach hair. Which
not something I've ever heard, but
I
it's
don't
funny.
know if like that bled over from this fan base into boomer anime discourse or not, but we're like we hate the 2000s era cockroach hair where they've got, ahoges springing up everywhere.
She's got three of them.
Yeah, she's got
And these
the
little horn
normal
things coming out.
she's got the normal ahoge, and then she's got the two red antennae.
You know what I always wondered? Can she like move those around and like feel with it? Because that'd be really creepy. It's
Hmm.
nothing that's ever been depicted in anything in game, but I
Wait,
just wonder.
I think Moonshines might have had articulated antenna. Where did he put that figure at? There was W, your favorite cockroach terrorist waifu. Here, I'll just drop that in chat for people to appreciate later. It doesn't look like he made the antenna articulate. Oh, she's not actually a cockroach? That's just a meme?
She looks like a cockroach. I don't think. There's nothing I know of in game that explicitly calls her a cockroach.
Okay. She
So
is some unknown type of insect.
it seems to be some kind of insectoid inspiration. Um, but yeah, there's a there's another character that we looked at previously that you might be able to pin some similarities to. Would you hazard a guess?
Chat already hit it. She's part of the same demon race as Mudrock.
Yes. So you'll probably see some similar themes when we get to these types of people. They also, a lot of them have white hair, not all of them, but a lot of them. So yeah.
Zomphographle Male 1337 is pointing out that Lucifer is also called the Lord of the Flies, so there's where your insect tie-in comes in.
Yeah, it's kind of got a similar theme, doesn't it?
Right. I think it is time to enhance.
Enhance away, enhance further. Computer. And we can start using our Bang Monster Energy Cursor or
Yep.
sorry, bang energy. You know what I mean.
So right off the bat, I like. Oh, hey, look, bang.
I was wondering when you'd notice that.
She keeps track of all of her pulled pins.
Yep.
Although, actually, the way that's rigged up, there would have been 4 grenades originally attached here that she pulled, so that would have been
I
like
think
a.
it's most likely she like throws them all at the same time.
Yeah, so she's either saving them all and then putting them on the keyring later, or this was from a like satchel charge type rig. But, all right, so starting at the top. Okay, so she's got some sort of insect antenna thing going on, and then she's also got like horns, maybe coming out the side of her head. Oh wait, hang on, I dropped my cursor. She's got some horns coming out the side of her head here as well as the antenna. Then her shirt's sort of got the commando style turtleneck right there, even though the rest of this doesn't really look like a sweater. She's got like the commando sweater collar. Along with a little clip here that I think would fasten around the neck if her jacket were zipped up. She's got some chevrons on her shoulder here. Some scratches right there. And then something I like about this outfit that I think says something about her personality is also she's got this short frilly skirt here that is
Kind of
other,
sticks out, doesn't it?
otherwise at odds with the rest of her uniform, which tells me that I don't know that she's a good covert demolitions person, because something tells me she likes a bit of showmanship in her work.
It less covert, rather overt, is perhaps the word. Yeah, she doesn't believe in subtlety.
Yeah, she could practically be holding a microphone right here with this pose. Like you stick a microphone in her hand and she looks like an idol giving a performance.
Fun fact that has happened. There's a concert series of all things they do for this game in China. It's a land of wonderful things,
Nice.
and that's one of them. And they have like songs and whatever. It's done in the where they have like the screen and they have like the 3D models kind of on it.
Yeah.
They do that. So I don't think that implies that she actually sings. Just that was what they did in that little thing. So it's sometimes a little unclear, as far as I know, at least.
Whether the concerts are canon.
Yeah, I think they're more kind of just there. Although like I said, it's unclear because in some of them we know that like certain characters play musical instruments, so it's like it's possible. But I can't think of a situation which would cause this particular lady to ever want to. She would rather more likely blow up the concert hall than, you know. So that's what
Sing in the
tends to
concert
make me
hall.
think they're more just like they're kind of side things. They're not supposed to be part of the main story.
I don't know. Maybe it's like a Gretzko, where when she can't vent her frustration by blowing things up, she goes and sings.
Well, she is chaos in a nutshell, so perhaps.
I also like the touch of the fingerless gloves with the painted nails.
Goes with the skirt, doesn't it?
And let's see, what all weapons does she have here? She's got small arms on her back. She's got a grenade launcher. She's got a demolition remote right here. She's got the remnants of her satchel charge.
And presumably grenades aplenty.
Oh, and then adding to the idol look, the way they're doing the wrappings on her legs makes this look like, and the way her foot is makes it look like she's wearing point shoes from ballet.
They do look a little like dance shoes, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah, like the way she's got her foot, and then yeah, the the wrappings going up her leg, which it looks like they just flip flop. Uh, actually, yeah, no, it looks like that's just something the artist flip flops depending on the piece.
So she's an interesting character in that also there's several outfits that she's been depicted in game. I just stuck with these two just for today's purposes.
Is this her most like iconic outfit?
Yes, this is like the standard one, and there's some others for other times.
Oh, that's interesting. The
So the implication is characters wear more than one pair of clothes.
concert was
Perhaps
framed as a bunch of B movies a character was directing.
that is definitely true for some of the other ones. I don't think we have any of those in the slides today, so maybe next time. But yeah.
All right, so she's as subtle as C4. Uh, bit of a show off, and looks sociable and fun loving.
Sociable. Um, I wouldn't use the word shy by any means, but sociable tends to imply a certain amount of friendliness that I don't think is present in this character.
So the lack of subtlety carries over to all aspects of her interactions.
And yeah, like some of the chat says, antisocial might be more apt.
Hmm.
Um,
Is she vocally antisocial versus like
yes.
I'm okay. Okay, so
So
she
she's not
likes
like gonna go hide in her room. She'll just tell you that she thinks you're an idiot. And maybe less kind words than that.
hmm. All right, so not sociable, but not yeah, not I'm gonna go hide and be antisocial. Like I'm still gonna be here. I will be at the bar. You're probably not gonna like it. The bouncer's
Yeah.
probably not gonna like it. And you better hope the bar is made out of the same wood as Hitler's desk by the end of the night.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, she's kind of a problem causer more than the problem solver.
Hmm. Is this one that started as a boss and then became a playable operator?
How did you guess?
I think you might have told me before too.
I might have told you that,
Yeah,
but
half of this
she,
character is kind of a gimme because we've talked about her before, but I used her in the thumbnail and I finally wanted to deliver.
I put the two character thumbnail characters at the beginning of these, so we're gonna actually do them today, chat. We've debated you long enough.
The
Oh, we actually have a little bit of supporting material as well. If you open up the Chibis folder, if you drag, excuse me, number 7 onto the screen.
behind door number 7, she be.
So yeah, she was a fun little boss to fight. She showed up more than once. Um, can you guess what she does to your characters?
Close them up. Lots
She
of AoE
she just
damage.
she just puts C4 on them and blows them up.
Is
so
that her melee attacks? It's just like slap a brick of C4 on someone and press the
she
button.
kind of like I think she kind of throws it, but I think the implications that the C4 was already there because she just like pulls out her detonator and there's like a countdown over your character's heads and she presses the button and they explode.
One more. Shinderu.
More or less. Um,
Notice her antennas in the chibi
they're a different color,
are
aren't they?
black instead of red.
I wonder if it's a shading thing or it's just I don't know.
I
You
like
can
that
see a bit of black on them.
I love how much detail they keep on the weapons in the chibi. Like she still has the leaf sight on the grenade launcher.
Yeah.
And
So
yep, the
unfortunately,
light.
chat, I didn't include her skin in this set for today. We may come back and look at some of them later. I actually now that we're here, I wish I had, but oops. Unless you just want me to send it to you real quick on the Discord, so I can do that. That's fine.
Rishir Kazuhira is saying a different artist drew the enemy version of W versus the operator version.
That is correct. And also, neither of them were the creator of this character. She's been
Really?
passed around a few times. So I think I got that correct. Because one of the guys who started making this game was the original one who drew her. This is, we might have mentioned last time, there was some association with the other older gacha game, Girls Front Line. And she was like an originally intended for that, but copyright, I guess. She wasn't ever like part of the game, so she was technically still an OC. And
they stole.
Then he decided to recycle her into this game, and her design changed somewhat, but not dramatically. There's not a whole lot of art of the original bit, but yeah.
Okay. Was she originally supposed to be like a character representing the grenade launcher, or
she was supposed to be, I think, something like M4 Sotmod, but I don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure. I just know that it was something along those lines. So yeah, this is one of many. I guess all of them are OCs if you want to think about it, but this is just one of many OCs that long predates the game.
That's
like
actually what you said there. That's precisely why I hate using the term OC. Is it sounds too fan fiction adjacent, and it's like, no, if you created a character, like all characters are original characters, like to the person who made them. So like, if you've got a character, just call them a character, and eventually you'll find a work of fiction to put them in. Right? Like authors don't call their stuff OCs. They're just like, no, those are my characters.
I wonder if there's a better term to use for stuff that's just not yet in a sort of officially published creative work, you know? Like I just make this character and I draw it because it's for fun, versus like this is now, we're selling statues of W now and stickers with her on it and selling concert tickets with her in it.
I would argue the mere fact that you drew the character means they're already in a creative work of art.
Yeah.
Just not
Should we use the term
fiction.
commercialized? I don't know. There's maybe a better word, but
because like, I mean, shoot, there's I guess like mascots, even if they don't have lore like tied to a product, but like I'm thinking of like all these cool little like characters that exist basically just as like gachapon toys. Like there's no lore behind them, but the artist is just like, I wanted to create this original design. So I'd say the mere fact that you draw a picture of a character means they're already in a piece of art, which means they're already like, it's your character.
Would make sense to me. Okay, there's a better res version. So we can look at the first skin just because I think it's kind of nice.
That over in Discord?
I just threw that in the Discord for you. Yeah, it's a funny little trivia tidbit also brought up by Chad is there was you know how people on social media can be?
Yeah.
There are very famous inter-gacha wars over in China. It's an extreme place. But one of them was, they were saying that W here was a stolen character. And they were like linking to the Pixiv, and it turns out it's the Pixiv of the CEO who made the game. And people were pointing that out in the comments. So you can imagine that that was probably quite humorous.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh, it wasn't W's. Okay, maybe it was somebody else. You're right. You might be right.
It's got a cool knife. Potato.
So this one has a little bit more story detail going on in the background, so.
Oh, and she looks like she's got like a little devil tail as well.
Yep. You can actually see it in her other. It's just kind of hard to tell with all the other tassels going on.
Got a little tail, lots of pouches, which I love. Lots of grenades. We got frags, we got smokes.
Grenades are mixed up with the onions. That looks dangerous.
As long as you don't pull the pin on the onion, you're fine. She's
Onions
got her
have
weapon
okay,
up
definitely
there.
pins. Yeah.
Oh, and then her horn colors changed a little again too. See, it's funny because if you'd shown me this one first, I would have been like, "Oh yeah, she's like, uh, like loner antisocial because she's sitting over here looking sad in the snow, peeling potatoes, while someone that looks almost but not quite like Blaze talks to Goatman."
Those are. I suppose it's not too much spoiler to say those are two other characters. We won't be seeing them today, but maybe in the future. So these three have a bit of a story connection going on.
Also on the composition side of things, I love how the artist uses this like dilapidated shelter here to add like this big triangle to his composition, which then draws the viewer's eye towards this third of the image where her face is at.
So we've got like a front and a background.
Yep, and then also divides it, and then he puts these other characters in another third of the image. So your eye like naturally like moves from like her face to them to the fire, sort of like this.
So along with the explosives and such that she's pretty well known for, one of her skills places mines on the battlefield.
Hmm.
And this skin is kind of a funny one. The mine is replaced with a potato. The potato has a bomb inside of it. That's one of those funny little details.
Die potato. Shoot, I forgot what I was about to say here as well.
This is a potato, a bomb. Yeah.
Wait, is that candy or cigarettes in that ashtray?
Hopefully breath mints. Computer enhance.
Hansing. Oh yeah, it looks like she's got like cough drops or candy, or maybe it's just really small things of C4. Oh, that's neat. You've got a an eagle on the bag as well. A neat little detail.
Yeah, so there's some of the skins in this game use a kind of a light 2D format,
Hmm.
and they're animated. In other words, those are a lot harder to find than you'd think. Um, so unless I do like a screen cap on my own game or something, they can kind of be hard to find, like in WebM format or something. I spent a little bit of time looking. I only found one, so and not for this one. So alas.
Is there a in-lore explanation for the slash scar on her right arm?
Presumably she's been cut in the past. She does like playing with a knife.
Hmm.
So
Oh, I like how the artist draws fire. This is something else I like about zooming in on digital art specifically, is you see past the illusion for a minute and realize like how much of you can do this looking like up close at oil paintings too. Um, but like you realize as you zoom in, like it's not like the artist drew like an incredibly detailed fire, but they know exactly how to like change up the light and the shade so that as you zoom out, it gives the impression of fire. Or unenhancing now. Like capturing the effect of fire without actually drawing every single minute detail of the flames. Same with the shading style on her pants. That's something I think is really cool that digital artists do. Is like the brushworks, like not the way they make all the details emerge from when you zoom in and you realize it's actually like pretty broad brush strokes for some of these things.
The thing is, you're typically looking at this on a phone screen. Would be most people's interactions. So you'd be way zoomed out.
Hmm.
So we're looking at this in way more detail than the average player is going to see.
Oh yeah, so like even like you can barely at this point. This isn't even a phone. You can barely make out the like eagle on the bag there that we found by zooming in. All right, so we hit animal personality, gameplay, code name, and then country. Well, based off that last skin, it looks like she's part of some rebel cell hiding out in the woodlands.
Less rebel, more just mercenary.
Okay.
But yeah, you're kind of you're definitely on the right track there.
And based off the
Um,
presence of the cat lady and the goat man, I'm thinking continental Europe.
it's a little hard to tell with that one. I'll just tell you this: it comes from the same place that Mudrock did. Um,
Okay. Former
it,
hell.
the country formerly known as Hell, that everybody else decided would become formerly.
Hmm.
Uh, so yeah, so you have a lot of these people from this particular group end up as mercenaries. They're quite infamous for it. And people like W are not helping their image, I just gotta say.
Hmm. Is it the savage land of the Balkans?
You know what? In some ways, yes. It can be hard to pin a single real life inspiration. I think it's a mix of things. Um, so some people feel like it's more like one there thing or this. It's kind of like there's some more obvious direct XPs, like Victoria is just the British Empire,
Right.
but some are a little more hard to pin. I think they kind of like invent a few just because they can, and it's creative work.
Okay. That's like
Uh,
if hell decided to have a 30 years war.
against
Okay.
everybody. Yeah. So that is a long topic in a major story, long-term running thing
Hmm.
about these fellas and what's going on with them. So
Blend of the German Reich, Holy Roman Empire, and biblical Israel. Yeah, I can
like I
see
said,
why they want
common
to
theory.
avoid being too specific with any one thing.
So it's a war zone, I guess is maybe the other way to put it.
Hmm.
They did have a big civil war. That's kind of the backdrop for some of the game's early story beats.
Okay, and then
Um,
I'm guessing at some point during that Civil War, some kind of magical nuke was dropped, hence why you get Mudrock's ability that's like what bloodline of the corrupted earth or something.
there's well, sort of. There's definitely there is an equivalent of nuclear radiation in this universe. I won't say much more than that because I think that invites just too much plot rabbit holing, which I don't think we want to do today. But yes, there's definitely uh, stuff on that level. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so basically
Outer
that
Heaven from Metal Gear Solid. That's not a bad comparison.
Hell had a civil
Um,
war, and the effects bled out into the surrounding regions. So now a lot of people don't like Kazdal.
yes.
Is she radioactive? Like, is that also why they don't like people from Kazdal? Is they're like, you'll spread your demon
Yes
radiation.
and no. Again, that's a long topic on its own. But there's yeah.
All right. Well,
That's not me being coy. I just don't think we want to jump into that topic yet because it could color future reactions to other characters.
okay.
If it's too much of a plot dump.
Very well. Let us get onto the other characters then. I think we've
Okay,
hit
so we got our
everything
first
with
one. 1 hour.
W.
We're on a roll today.
That's all right. We had like three tangents, so
We did. As long as it's interesting, I mean, we can just take our time.
hmm.
So yeah, we're kind of skipping the name game for this one, and actually probably the next one if I'm gonna guess.
Yeah,
But we'll see.
it's Texas, I
Yeah,
believe. Oh, I have not seen this skin before though.
there's a couple in here. So all right, Character number 2.
So these do give very different vibes from the original version that you showed me.
I would say, yeah, for some of these, I'll recommend not scrolling too fast because I might want to get your reaction before seeing some of them, and then later on, you know. So,
all right. Oh, yeah, still locked. There we go. Okay.
So again, chat, just for those of you who haven't caught it, he does know this character's name already. I think these might be the only 2 you actually know.
Yeah.
Just because of some very brief prior. Maybe I don't know if it was me spamming the Discord. It might have been at one point, but yeah.
All right. Oh yeah. No, this is an interesting skin. Gives a very different vibe from the first one you showed me, which is the one on the thumbnail.
We'll be seeing that one in a little bit. Yeah.
All right. So this looks more like a work uniform.
It is in fact a work uniform.
All right.
Does this look like a different character? Just by,
honestly, it
someone else we
does.
looked at.
She looks a lot more like Blaze. Or
Not so much Blaze.
not Blaze. Shoot. Who has that star?
It's
There.
not Jessica.
No, there was another character that had that like star design on her uniform.
You are correct. You're picking up on some vibes. So that may be a coworker.
Okay. I'm blanking on who that was at the moment. But
Exu.
okay. So she also works for the Papal States.
Not the Papal States. Exu is from there, but they work for a different place.
Okay.
Private company. Blazification.
Let's see. You got the star badge, you've got the ID badge, and then you've got this cool blue symbol here that looks sort of like a pill yin yang.
That's the company logo.
Almost. And then you have the anime belts. Wait, is that a vape? Is that a weed?
It's supposed to be Pocky because this game is rated E for everyone in China.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's totally Sigs. It's like she's a smoker.
Who eats Pocky that way? Who like bites off half of the uncovered end and then starts eating the chalk? Yeah, she's clearly taken a bite off of the non-chocolate end, and now she's holding it by the chocolate end and eating it.
So she's probably got like chocolate-covered fingers.
Only a psychopath would eat Pocky that way.
I have a theory that the little side pouch she's got on her hip is just a Pocky box hidden inside.
Yeah, she can't have her tactical dip cans.
They say in game, it's like she's basically one of her voice lines is like, it's like, no, it's not tobacco, it's Pocky. But it's totally like
I can quit anytime.
Cigarettes, something, yeah.
I didn't notice, but on her other though, she's got the earrings here on her.
Yep.
Animal ears. The artist is using her hair to conceal the human ears. Because it does look kind of weird when you show both sets of ears at the same time, even if you know they both exist.
Yeah. So I think you might be able to guess what animal this is supposed to represent.
She's another wolf girl.
Yep. It's actually a very specific type.
Let's see. So she's from Texas, so if she were a coyote, I would expect the coloration to be different.
This one's a little bit more of a deep trivia.
Like deep wolf trivia or deep Arknights trivia?
Yeah. More like animal trivia. So
I'm gonna look at her other art here on the right and also see if
you can make a little educated guess on that before I just tell you.
Let's see. Oh, that's cool. So like she's got the Seven Samurai thing going with all the swords stuck into the ground.
You might be able to guess a little bit of her fighting style.
She like an Arctic wolf?
No, there's a. It's a variant. It's a now extinct subspecies.
Dire wolf? Or
The Texas wolf,
more recently extinct. Okay.
more recently. Um, a little bit of this is artistic interpretation. I mean, not interpretation, but artistic flair. Um, the at least from what I read is that the Texas wolf had a slightly reddish hue to its fur.
Hmm. Okay. Hence why she's got the red under highlights, I guess you'd
I
call
think
it.
that is just kind of like adding some flair to the artwork because it's not represented in game. She doesn't have like the red undertones,
Hmm.
but a lot of people draw it that way when they draw fan art. So it's kind of like I think it looks nice personally.
Yeah, it looks neat.
It's kind of a little bit of two-tone thing going on. So you know,
Then with the skin, you can still tell she's more like introverted and serious. But I don't get the same nobility vibes that the other skin had. She looks almost sad in this one.
definitely a somber personality type. Does she have? She does. Okay, she has it on one of the skins, right?
Hmm. And zooming down. Okay, so she's got her Pocky box. Got the Pocky box. And then on the other side of the strap, she's just got like a messenger bag and her fluffy tail. And then is this on her hip? Is this the holster for her uh, sword handle?
I get the vibe that that is the sword. I think they're like lightsabers because if you look how she's holding them in her hands,
Right, but
it almost looks like a projection, and it's like maybe they like stick out of it or something. I don't think we've
no,
ever seen like a
that's
detailed
what I'm
breakdown of how
saying.
that
Like
looks.
I think this handle here slots into this hip holster here.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like she can just pop a new one out, which would make sense. One of her skills is called simple enough sword rain.
Hmm,
She basically does like a freaking like Virgil style, like drops a bunch of swords all over the place and stuns enemies.
nice. Oh, I like the company logo is on her shoes as well. A neat touch. And coming over to second image here. Uh, oh, hang on. What is? Trying to figure out if this means anything. Right, you've got the wolf, but you also have these two distinct round shapes here as part of the art as well.
I
So
don't think that's representative. I think that's just kind of like making it look cooler.
okay. I was wondering if she was looking to see if she had any like kunai or anything concealed on her, because that looks kind of like like the ring pommel of certain types of knives.
That makes me think of like brass knuckles a little bit.
Yeah, or scissors. Brass knuckles or scissors.
She
Okay,
has been
yeah.
known to punch people, so
She's this is like the sword rain thing she's doing right here, where she
yep.
drops a bunch of. So then do they like eject from the handles here like an Attack on Titan, or she just kind of like summons a bunch of energy blades?
They're more magical based.
Okay. So the handles are just kind of like a focus for her magic to then take the blade form
They're
and give her something to
basically,
grip
I
it
would
by.
consider them wands. Yeah.
Hmm. I always like seeing how other stories approach like their laser sword ideas, since Star Wars kind of like they existed before Star Wars, but like the lightsaber is super iconic looking, and so it feels like so many laser weapons now. Like it's like you can't ignore the fact that the lightsaber exists, so you're in conversation with it in one way or the other.
Everything becomes lightsaber.
Right. Or everything becomes trying really hard not to look like a lightsaber. So like this is kind of like the opposite of the lightsaber school of thought, where like you have a recognizable blade shape versus just
And
like
they
the
can like
thin straight beam of the classic lightsaber.
they
Uh,
sort of have a sort of a weird physicality to them too, and that they can stick into stuff,
yeah,
at least
yeah, like that.
temporarily.
These exist independent of the handle.
Yeah, magic in this game can be very broad in its depictions.
Mm.
Um,
Just like coverage for like, well, I want the weapon to work this way and I want it to look this way because that's cool. So magic.
yeah, there's a lot of that. So
As long
you
as
gotten a few
the
personality vibes correct so far.
as long as the story is not like hinging on like very precise explanations of how magic works, like I'd say go
Very much
for
does
it.
not.
Yeah,
There
like you
might be
can.
one or two times when there's like a specific like this thing's going on, but they tend to explain that if it's actually like an important bit. But most of the time, it's sort of just accepted as like this is just how the background is, and so this is how you can have wizards chucking fireballs and then dudes with like sniper rifles in the same universe.
Hmm. Yeah, it
They operate
doesn't
off the same principle, even if they're not the same in form.
doesn't create any issues as long as you're not suddenly like this very important plot detail hinges on a very detailed and consistent understanding of how magic works in this setting.
Yeah, Mistborn this ain't. I'll put it that way.
So again?
This is not Mistborn.
Okay. Yeah. No, just like it looks cool and I don't know. At most, you need like some broad brushstroke rules about like
Yeah,
upper and lower limits for characters of just like like in Dragon Ball where it's like, well, if the Dragon Balls can bring someone back to life, like you set like the upper limit of your power level there. All right, and is there another Texas skin? Uh,
let's take a look at the next one. Yeah, this is all sort of considered her initial incarnation as a character.
yeah.
We can bring up number two. You might even be able to do that on the left side. I don't know, so you can see them both. Depends. Oh, we also have the chibi. If you want that, that can be number 8.
Eight. Oh, she's got the. Okay, that really looks like a cigarette in the chibi.
I don't know why her eyes are coming out a little bit weird here, but you can see the way they stuck the chibis together. They're actually made of a bunch of different parts.
Hmm.
Um, for some reason, the lines are more visible than they should be. Like you can see her knees. Like you can actually have a leg bit is stuck with like the
Oh
lower
yeah,
leg,
okay.
which is just kind of funny. They actually kind of have a skeleton to them, and they just animate it that way. But
Gotcha.
it
Yeah, it
might look
looks.
better if you make her smaller.
Oh, I wanna see the details. Actually,
So
that's
that
a
is a
weirdly
cigarette.
droopy cigarette.
I would bet on that.
No, she's clearly just been chewing on one end of a straw. That's why it's all bent, and now she's chewing on the other end.
Just coated in saliva.
Hmm. She's got this little flower motif or something on her jacket.
These blue flowers. Yep.
Oh yeah, and there's her bag of Pocky or box of Pocky in her left hand there as her coat flaps out of the way.
I like to think she's chain smoking. That's just. She's
The
like, I'm doing this
longer
entire box off of one light.
the longer the idle animation goes on, the the more they deplete. They added a little bit of the red to her hair here in her ponytail.
Yeah, there's just like a hair. It's like I said, it can sometimes be just what they think looks good to a certain extent as well. Hair dye exists. Who knows?
And then with the skin, okay, so this chibi is based off of this skin here then.
Yep.
It's got the red socks, the red jacket, the red gloves. This is a cool look. Pants.
So this one's just packed full of plot details.
All right. We have her penguin servant here.
Servant, yes.
We've got something that's totally not an ashtray full of other things. We got playing cards, poker chips, alcohol, newspaper, cool shades, cool socks, cool shoes, a grocery bag full of fruit. Does she like sweet things?
Yes. The pocky is maybe just another symptom
Mm.
and a hint towards that.
Then we have another wolf person here. Boot over there.
So, yeah, there's a lot
Another
going
wolf
on here.
person. And then Texas once more.
She's just sitting there all chill like.
I really like
She's like, yeah,
the
I'm pretty. What are you going to do about it?
I really like the swords in this image even more so than the previous design.
They're like physical here, which is cool. It
I
looks to me
think
like they almost fold out or something. I don't know.
I like the like for the thin design, I think the longer blades and the longer handle look cool too. It looks more like it looks like a more elegant, refined sort of weapon, whereas the other one's much more like compact, up close shanking weapons.
An elegant weapon for a more civilized age,
One
perhaps.
one might say a more elegant weapon for a more civilized lady, or civilized weapon for an elegant lady. Yeah, this like it yeah, this weapon design fits the vibe of this image way better as well. And it looks you've got like kind of a kendo shinai sort of look to it with the long handle. It also sort of looks like a pool cue, which matches well with the alcohol and the cards and the poker chips.
So, what else looks like is going on in the background of this image? What might that be a hint of?
It looks like they just wiped out a rival gang's hideout, and she's now sitting in the rival gang leader's chair while some other guys take pictures to document the whole thing for propaganda
This gives a
purposes.
very strong uh, hint as to her background, like what
Well,
she does for a living, or
hmm.
did, perhaps.
Since she works for the same company, so she's either well, she's probably more respectable than just being a rival gangster, but uh, she the out of court settlement for dealing with organized crime.
So, do you remember Penance, who we were talking about the other day?
Ah, is she involved in the same like shadow war?
Uh, yes, both before and later on. It's a long story, but so remember I mentioned they have a bit of a mafia problem.
Hmm. Is she part of the problem or a problem solver?
Both. Well, it's again without doing the lore dump. Yes, I think that you might be able to safely infer that she's got a bit of a mafia background herself. She is Italian, after all.
Hmm.
These things are expected.
Also, she is not as good as a pilot as Fiametta. Her tie was barely cut.
There's a lot of neckties in this game. I just when you notice it, you notice it. It's like, huh.
Hmm. It's a good way to add a visual image, a visual interest to a design, and also like break up the shape and the color, but without making the design overly busy. Like on a superhero outfit, like you would probably just be, it would just be like a thick colored line down the suit. But in formal attire, you can recreate that using a tie. I also do. I want to
This
try and
is
find one of these square cut neckties now. See how they look in real life.
this is definitely a practical outfit.
Mm,
Formal but practical. There's like it almost looks like she's got like how like shoulder holsters for guns work.
yeah,
I don't know if that's what they're intending with the thing, but she's kind of got some kind of shoulder rig going on.
that's what that looks like.
Although she does not
Yeah,
use
right
guns,
here.
so
Maybe
it might just be for the
additional
look.
additional sword handles or suspenders because suspenders are comfy. Though she does still have a belt on, so maybe she
She's
just
wearing
likes
shorts.
belts and straps.
It's possible.
Also, the vibe from this is also like she could totally be a Helltaker character.
Yeah, I can see that a little bit. They do have the same red-black motif.
Red, black, ladies in sort of formal attire.
So if you compare this also to the original base skin, I feel like the artist's sort of sharpness on the line work has gotten a lot better.
The
This is true for a lot of the artists. I think they're getting better over time.
Yeah,
It also helps that it is a higher resolution image by base. It's just bigger, so they just put more detail into it.
that too, but yeah, like I really like how ambitious he got with the shading and highlights on her
There's
clothing.
like there's like the light coming on top of her head. Yeah,
Yeah, like this is really good. Um, and then again, you can also see where the digital artist is able to like cheat, if you will. Like when you look at this guy's jacket here, like it's got really simple shading, and then he just drew a bunch of sketchy lines on it. But when you're looking at it, like you still get the impression of what it is. I shouldn't say it's just some shading. Like I don't think I could. My digital art skills are not this good, but like it's cool to like break it down and realize like it's not. It's like looking at certain minis when they're painted too, where you realize it's not like incredibly intricate work per se, but you need to really know like where you want to put the color and then have enough technical skill to put the color where you wanted to put the color. And then the
and you can see right
patience.
around where it looks like where his belt is.
Yeah.
The lines kind of make almost a very faint bend,
Mm,
so you can kind of imply that maybe that's kind of like the
the
suit's kind of like
waistline.
tucked in a little bit. Yeah, it's an
Actually,
easy
it's
way to
actually it
make
looks
that
like it's
texture
printing. It could be printing over a concealed weapon.
very possible.
Um,
So
but I
it's more of
like
these
that
fun
about,
little details.
yeah, looking at this and looking at minis where you realize like a lot of the this is why I think people that think they can't draw, like I think a lot more people can draw than think they can, or could be good at art than think they can, because there's like a certain base level of like dexterity and technical skill you'll need to acquire. But then after that, a lot of it is like knowledge and patience, right? Of like the
Mhm.
artist knows where he has to put the colors. He's got the baseline skill level to put the color to hit what he's aiming at, basically, and then he has the patience to do that again and again and again to get the desired effect.
Something else that sticks out to me too is it's almost like Texas herself sitting in the chair is like high resolution, and everything else is slightly like just slightly blurred almost or like fainted down. I
It's
don't know what the right
more
word for that is.
impressionistic. Yeah, like look at these plants here, like the level of detail in the plants compared to,
Like you
Texas's
can see her
jacket.
knuckles in her gloves
Yeah,
versus you know
because she's the focus of the image. Also, the technical knowledge of like under this kind of lighting, right? Like a fun game to do is like where you'll pull an image into an art program and actually use like the color dropper to see what colors are actually used for things. Because like the way the red is highlighted with this really like it's almost a gray color, but your brain sees it as no, that's a deeper shade of red being hit by direct lighting.
yeah.
Um, oops, my cursor got too small. I can't grab it anymore. Same with like the hair here, where it's like it's an almost like white light gray highlight on black hair, but you're not like, oh, her hair's dyed. Your brain's like, no, that's just a light shining on her head. I think it's really cool all the tricks you can use as an artist that will pleasantly fool the human brain. Um, and like the general lack of shading on the blades here, I also like because then it's like it it doesn't look like an energy weapon like it's glowing, but it still feels like it's not a traditional material of some kind because of how like flat red it is, which also makes it stand out a lot in the image.
So that's the main I guess that's the main skin. There's another one, but I just didn't put it in here. I think this one looks better.
Mm.
Gives more character vibe than the other one does. Although she is carrying a cardboard box in the other skin, that looks kind of nice. So I don't know. I suppose that's up to the viewer's opinion.
Mm.
So let's see if we can. I didn't want to interrupt you. That was a good tangent. But what do you think? What do you think you do with her in gameplay?
In-game play? Melee for sure. More
Correct.
specifically, you sort of gave some of this away with the Rain of Blades things, but she's got, with her multiple weapons, it also reminds me of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon or Archer's Unlimited Blade Works.
I can see a bit of that. Yeah.
So I'm thinking she can either offer like a crowd control attack where she drops a bunch of blades, or she can deliver like a single like super high accuracy, moderately high damage attack.
You're definitely right on the stunning aspect of it. There's actually the game sorts characters using tags, and these are sort of informal ways to determine who shows up in recruitment. You know, when you're basically pulling for characters using the free stuff. And she has the crowd control tag. So, and it is definitely a potent anti-horde weapon. I should put it that way.
Also,
if you time it right, this can stun a lot of dudes and do a lot of damage.
my lovely and talented wife is in the chat here. Do I want coffee? Ooh. Wait, does black coffee have any calories in it?
The Google.
My fasting window doesn't end until noon. 2
I've got my
calories.
cranberry juice here.
Minna, I'll have to pass on coffee, but if there should still be a like half-drink bottle of tea in the fridge. If you wouldn't mind bringing that up, that would be awesome. I do need caffeine. You need
He's already
caffeine,
juiced up.
and they don't sell Radical Skedaddle over here.
I know, right? This world sucks. That we don't even have Radical Skedaddle anymore. Come on, man.
Even in the places I would expect to find that they don't, they have other stuff. I've switched over to Bucked Up instead of Bang. And I drank all of that too. But I haven't learned to stock up on it yet, so that I just have caffeine when I want it.
I have my Tactical Monster Energy fridge, which I have to use sparingly. It offers too much power. And power corrupts, after all.
I don't know, it's power attracts the corruptible. So just keep the corruptible away from your fridge and we'll be fine.
Maybe I'm just corruptible.
Hello, chat. I have 2 cheese.
Hello.
Oh, thank you. Everybody say hi to Granny.
Hi.
I want to have her on stream for like a tier list or something, just so I can be like featuring Granny. We can let chat judge whether that was an accurate assessment of her personality or not.
I like the red cat girl.
Oh, who was that? Blaze, I think.
No, she's still looking at Texas.
Oh. She said cat girl.
Down I go. Bye, chat.
Well, I mean, she's got fluffy ears. She hasn't seen the tail.
Close.
The tail would give away that it's not a cat.
Oh.
Thank you, dear.
Well, we'll get to it later. I do. You're right. I hadn't mentioned that before. I do get Granny vibes just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll also have her on for a full stream so everyone can properly judge if I was spot on in my assessment there or not. But I think that's what I'll probably do if we have a gap between when we're able to do part 3 and part 4. I'll do like a tier list of everyone we've looked at so far with Minna. And matcha is so good. It's like roasted green tea and I think roasted rice is part of the tea blend. the flavor's more robust and a little like smokier than just normal green tea.
You know what? Let me juice up too. I'm gonna refill my cranberry juice.
Oh, shoot, now I'm thinking
Fortunately,
a year or
I have a
two
mini fridge in the
ago,
basement, so I don't even have to go upstairs. Yeah.
a year or two ago, my dad took up home brewing, and he made like one of the best. I think it was supposed to be a lager, and he like I can't remember if he like burned the hops. He did something wrong per se with the process. But the end result was like one of the best lagers I've ever had that had like a really good smoky flavor to it that I'm hoping he can recreate the accident somehow next time I go home to visit because that was delicious.
Well, do we want to step one to the right and see what we've got waiting for us
Yes. Let's
on our
see.
wonderful character roulette?
Aha.
I'm
All
not
right.
showing favoritism at all, chat. I'm not
This is the
showing
one.
favoritism.
This is the one that started it all.
I'm not showing favoritism. Can't prove anything.
All right. I think these two skins here are my favorite.
Notice the
Yeah.
similarity in the clothing.
Yeah, the streetwear uniforms like it's all right, but like formal attire looks so good.
This is something anybody who's mafia adjacent in this universe seems to do. Is they're all very snappy dressers.
Mm.
Like Penance, remember, has a very nice little coat going on.
Yeah, there's so much cool stuff going on here. You got and they added blue to her eyes here to like color match the rest of the outfit. I like how they still leave a slight like tactical edge even to the formal attire there. She's got the fingerless gloves. She's still got her tactical pocky pouch there. Um, and also their continuing desire to avoid traditional pointed ties carries over to her tie here.
I get the vibe that the tie is cut.
Hmm.
It looks kind of messy.
Yep, she's
I
a better
don't have
pilot at this
proof of
point.
that, but it looks to me like it's been cut.
I like the like ornamentation on the tie. That's interesting.
I got a little wolf like brooch thing on her neck is really cool.
Yeah, that looks cool. She's got also got like a little necklace, unless that's just the trim on her collar, but like I don't know. Lots of design details in like
That's like the
the
thing holding her coat on. It's like thorns almost.
oh,
Or
okay.
vines.
Yeah, that's coming down from her jacket there.
They just dress better. They
Yeah. No, I like when artists put like lots of fancy design details here and like the basically like upper chest, like collarbone region.
If I may tangent us ever so slightly.
By all means.
So we did mention this a little. I think maybe in the first one we were talking about how, and especially in reference to Blaze, who we looked at in the first stream. The artists are drawing these characters with the idea that they are going to be 2D chibis, little mini versions of themselves.
Right.
So I think that this points to a certain, like so she got the black and the white. Arms are very clear
Right.
compared to the torso and so on. And you look at someone like Blaze, she's got like these two tones going on, and we'll see her a couple of her chibis in a minute, but it seems to me like games like this, as opposed to games that are 3D, first and foremost, where they do have like a character art drawn for them first, but really you're going to be seeing the character's 3D model in game. That's like how it works in a lot of other games that are 3D based. Whereas here, the way the story is presented is in a live, a visual novel format. So you have, the character sprites, there's text at the bottom of the screen, and you can see who's talking, and sometimes there's like, actions, then sometimes they even like move the sprites around. It's kind of funny looking sometimes, but this is what you're seeing. most of the time with the character, except when you're in stages and you're seeing the chibis in that format, right?
Hmm.
So I think that there's perhaps more emphasis put on the detail on the splash art, like the main character's like thing.
Mhm.
This is what the player's going to be seeing probably the majority of the time.
Whereas if you draw a character that's detailed for a 3D game, then the 3D modeler's like, I got to build this and rig
You can't
this.
actually make them. You're right. You can't make them too detailed because someone's gonna have to model that.
Hmm.
So a lot of times with characters in 3D games, especially in gotchas where you tend to have a lot of characters. This also happens in some others, like for instance, like Fire Emblem. The outfits are a lot more simple, and it tends to trend towards like some kind of tight, form-fitting thing with like dangly bits on it. That's like a very common thing in contemporary anime and anime adjacent designs. That's just something I've noticed in the last couple of years.
That's something that's easier to model and rig and still get some visual
Very
interest
easy.
from all the
And
stuff
you can
swaying
make
around.
Yeah, and you can make it look quote good unquote. And I'm not throwing shade there at all. Just by adding some physics to the dangly bits, because it's like, whoa, physics, because physics
Yeah.
look good in 3D games where things are moving, right?
Right.
So because you can add detail in different ways than you do with something that's like 2D more text based like this, or 2D chibis.
Did we already tangent on why Pokemon should never switch to 3D for the mainline games?
We have discussed this in the past. I don't know if you want to cover that very briefly right now, but it's actually basically the same point. You're right. That's very similar idea.
So I'm
Do you want
wondering.
to take it away for that?
Yeah, I'm wondering now also if that's why the art style changed so much. Because like people, it's been like a whole thing with like Gen 1ers where people are complaining about the new Pokemon designs, and then somebody actually like redrew new designs in the old art style and old designs in the new art style and pointed out that uh it wasn't so much a huge design philosophy shift as it was an art style shift that is actually what like people were not liking about the newer games.
And perhaps driven by the need to be in 3D.
Right, which also then limits how many Pokemon you can put in a game if you're trying to do like the full Pokedex, because now it's like everything has to be 3D modeled, animated. Oh, by the way, if you're changing platforms now, like people are going to expect you to redo the models so they like take advantage of the new graphics capabilities, which I think they got in trouble over because I want to say they've been like recycling certain 3D models for games where they said we're not going to do the full Pokedex so we can focus on the models, and then they like still recycled 3D models from previous games.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find an example of the art style redraw, because I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
They had a good example with Vulpix and some new Pokemon that is like some dark purple looking fox thing.
Yeah. The 2D to 3D transition of Pokemon, the development time that it takes to model, by the time Pokemon got to the end of Gen 5 and started on Gen 6, which is Pokemon X and Y for those of you in the chat, they had to go and model over 700 Pokemon in 3D when they moved to the 3DS. Their previous entry, Black and White 2, on the DS, that was one of the last games on the DS, I think. They had this very nice, like, live 2D sprite space. They didn't call it that back then, but they were animated sprites. The Pokemon kind of jumped around. You saw a lot of character in them. And we see this evolution of Pokemon games as they go from the very, very low poly, very low res GBA games. Sorry, not Game Boy, original Game Boy, into the GBA. Now we have more color, we have more stuff, and as they move forward. But when and for those of you who have played Pokemon for years, you can tell me your opinion. I always felt that Pokemon kind of peaked somewhere within Gen 4 or 5 in terms of the game side of things. Right? How much game is there? You go in, you've got your like normal you go get the badges, you're doing the Pokédex thing, you fight the Elite Four, yada yada. There's stuff you do afterwards, right? There's exploration that happens. And at a certain point, they stopped making the games bigger than before. And I think the very clear one, you could argue whether it's like, oh, is it like Heart Gold Soul Silver? Is it Black and White or 2? But the point is that the discussion tends to center on those games, which were the last 2D sprite-based Pokemon games. And then as we moved into the 3DS, like I said, they had to model hundreds of Pokemon. So the Pokemon in X and Y, they kind of just stand there and breathe a little bit. You notice that? Like, I could go on about Pokemon. Trust me, I was a huge Poke nerd for years, and I think that's the point where the series started a definitive downhill trajectory in terms of what they offer you in a game. Because X and Y suffered very harshly, and what there is to do after you just do the normal thing with the Elite Four and all that, there's not that much left. There's no Battle Tower, there's no Battle Frontier equivalent. There is like the Battle Mansion, that's maybe sort of the Battle Tower, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of stuff that felt like it wasn't implemented, like the Z Pokemon, the snake fella, and so I guess, I don't know, this is a parallel discussion we've had in the past while playing like Helldivers and stuff. So I think it does relate to this slightly, and like I said, this is a 2D game with chibi sprites.
Yeah,
they can sustain a very high production cadence. Because they have like, I don't know if it's like 1 or 2 or 3 dudes exactly that are turning the artist gives them the artwork and they're like, let's chibify it. That can't take that much time. It's a fraction of the time of making a 3D model for a new character in something like Genshin, right, which is all 3D. So I think this means you can run this game, and they put out an insane amount of content, because they don't have like this disproportionately large amount of their manpower and money going into 3D modeling. This is why you see like a billion 2D pixel indie games as well on Steam, because they're, like I said, relative to a 3D game, they have low production costs. So anyway, sorry, that's my bit.
So here's something else I do. We're going to keep this tangent going for a minute, because there's a couple really interesting things that come out of this as well that I've been collecting the images for. So actually, we'll work backwards since you brought up the chibis and the art. So, did you know that for the first game, which piece of art do you think came first here?
Oh, I thought that they drew like the one on the right. They did that first and then turned them into chibis.
So my understanding is it was the opposite. They made the sprites, and then they brought them to Ken Sugimori and were like, draw this, but make it look good. So
does that explain why some of the sprites look utterly bizarre?
Yeah. So
the original Mew sprite, which is like some kind of weird, like freaky bone monkey.
Yeah. So which like also like props to Ken Sugimori, like being able to take an image with this much fidelity, detail, and like I'm sure there were so many like memory constraints driving like the designs they could do and like how big they could make them, and then be able to like look at that and be like, no, that what this represents is this cool looking thing right here. Also, I love his watercolor style and the way he's able to use white to highlight everything, but he makes it look good.
I would echo the sentiment that I prefer the older art style of Pokemon, like I don't know, maybe even pre-Gen 4. They were kind of doing this with 3 a little bit still, but I think there's that's something that looks a little bit more distinct. The Pokemon look more distinct from each other, I guess is the way I would put it.
3,
that's not just because they made literal trash bags later on. I'm not complaining about that.
I believe Gen 3, I think it was still Ken Sugimori doing the art, but Gen 3 is where they started using more like cell shading versus this watercolor look you get in Gen 1 and 2, which just looks
looking like aliens, yeah.
So distinct and cool looking. So then you actually get an interesting case now where like, because this is how like Venusaur originated, like the modern Venusaur model is actually based off of this artistic interpretation of the original sprite.
Who did the original sprites, do you know?
It was a mix of there were like several people on the team working on it. Because I know you'll occasionally see posts going around about like, oh, this is the lady who created Pikachu. This is the programmer that they based Snorlax's face off of. I think it's Dr. Lava's Lost Pokemon has all like really interesting Pokemon trivia. But so I think that could be a neat artistic challenge. Would be like, right, pretend you've never seen the Kensum interpretations. Like, how would you interpret this sprite in 2D line art?
It'd be tough time finding somebody who didn't know the Pokemon because Pokemon is the most earning media franchise of human
Yeah.
history.
You'd have
So
to like mentally be like, I will not look at the Kensum art. I will
find
forget
a
what
North Korean
Venusaur looks
child.
like.
Perhaps they
Okay.
know. Actually, unfortunately, they might know. It's
This
that
is
popular.
this is what all the North Korean VTubers have been waiting for.
They're gonna be Venusaurs.
Yes. Like
Wouldn't it be
I
weird if North Korea had like a VTuber scene that we didn't know about and it was like underground
oh,
and they just totally are on a different page than the rest of us. They're 30 years in the future.
have you heard of North Korean Godzilla?
I'm not surprised that something like this exists, but
Okay, no,
no, I
this is
haven't.
it's great. Okay, so it's called Pulgasori. I believe it's free on
Oh boy.
YouTube. I haven't watched it, but the basically like I think this was under Kim Il Sung, I think. Because original Godzilla came out in the 50s, and so North Korea was like, well, we want a Godzilla movie. So you know what? We're gonna build a team. We have this South Korean filmmaker that we kidnapped and are holding as a political prisoner, and Toho's agreed to like also just send like legit movie making guys to help us make this movie. So they make the movie, and then while they're on like tour promoting the film, the South Korean filmmaker and his wife are able to escape and like break out of North Korea.
So this is like Kim Jong Il days, right?
Yeah, either him or his dad.
I think it was like Kim Il Sung was the first one, and there's like
Yeah,
Kim Jong Un. No, Kim Jong Il. Then it was Kim Jong. Who's the son? I don't remember. Sorry, guys. I'm not up in my Korean dictators trivia. I know who he is. I know what he looks like. I just don't remember their names. Um,
so it's a feel good story in the end, because creating this Godzilla knockoff allowed him to escape.
and so now
And
we
I guess
have.
I guess Toho was just like, well, we'll make a monster movie with anyone. We just like making these things.
Okay, it was Kim Il Sung. I was right. I read sometimes. Um, so in other words,
John
we have
did.
North Korean Venusaur, but in the form of daylight Godzilla.
Hmm. Yeah, the staff from Japan's Toho Studios participated in creating the film's special effects. They were tricked into coming as they thought they were filming in China. Oh, I'm sure that
Ballsy.
was fun too. All right, guys, we're in China to make a Godzilla movie. Hang on a minute. Where are we?
Where's this plane going?
Why are
Flying
all
straight over
these
the
men? Why do
DMV.
all these men have guns?
Or sorry, DMZ. God, imagine they're flying over the Department of Motor Vehicles. That's even more terrifying. Because then they never get there on time.
This is let's see. Okay. Just that to become a ping. I hate WebP. I hate WebP.
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
There you go. There's North Korean Godzilla.
That looks like Godzilla crossed with Ganondorf.
Hmm. Ganonzilla.
He's a little more human. He's like Pig Ganon. He's a little more humanoid. This guy would stab you with a trident
Hmm.
and then suplex you.
Just roll between his legs and attack his tail.
Yep.
And then, all right, here we go. Final part of this tangent within a tangent here. But here's the guy demonstrating. Sorry, I pulled this off Google Images, so if you ever see this, whoever you were that did this, thank you. But yeah, you can see it wasn't like a design change so much as it was an art style change driving what looks like a design change. But you can
Oh
see how
wow.
like the same idea, like rendered in the other art style, looks like totally different.
Those don't even look like the same Pokemon.
Yeah. Yeah, because like when he redrew them in the old school art style, I'm like, oh no, these all look like good Pokemon. But you show me like the original versions, and it's like, oh, these Pokemon suck now. I will say,
Yeah,
I
and
think
I won't.
I feel like Pidgey survives the translation decently, but like, yeah, Ninetales like looks terrible, or Vulpix looks terrible in the new art style.
I think Krabby looks like he got hit on the head with a hammer when he was a child.
Yeah,
But I won't hide my bias. I'm not big on the Pokemon games. I have not bought a Pokemon game since X. No, sorry, it was Y. So that's just me. Yeah, the whole Pokemon thing is something we've definitely talked a lot about, and I think I've read a lot about it as well. Point being, I guess to dovetail this back to the beginning of it, of the whole tangent,
you're
designing things for 2D versus 3D has some very different constraints.
mm,
And I actually think it's going to be an interesting thing to see what ends up happening, because something else that Hypergriff's cooking up, it's sort of it's unclear as of yet as if it's a sequel. Maybe, but they are being very coy with the details, and it's like a super alpha version. Who the hell knows what's going to come out? They have a game called Arknights Endfield, and it is going to be in full 3D. We've seen some of the character models. There was like a tech demo, and it definitely, I think they're going at a different vibe because of this 2D versus 3D design constraints
mm,
thingamabob that we're talking about. We might actually, let's maybe sometime in the future we'll take a look at those, and I'll see what you think, because some of them look really good. I think some of them don't, but it's a sort of a we just don't know. The game's probably not going to be out for a year or two. They're definitely taking their sweet time.
and actually, while I've still got this pulled up, like looking at it, I think the art style shift was driven by 3D. Because if you look at the simpler designs, you can imagine the artist, like the modeler, it's a lot more simple shapes that you can like extrude and bolt onto each other versus trying to recreate like the detailed feathering on Pidgey, um,
Oh yeah.
or like the more complex set of shapes on Krabby here.
So the lines are just they seem to be a lot sharper in the older Pokemon art style.
Yeah, a lot sharper, a lot yeah, like you'd have to modify shapes significantly to get these Pokemon, whereas the newer designs, it looks like it's a lot faster to like make a bunch of shapes, bolt them together, and then do a little bit of sculpting. Which is not to denigrate the 3D artists, but I think there was probably a conscious decision made to create designs that are faster to make so
Mhm.
that they can meet production times.
It has been said that time crunch has been one of the biggest banes of the modern Pokemon games. They were still doing a semi-COD style release cadence, and now they've finally slowed down, and that seems to have borne some significant fruits. If the most recent game is any indication, my sister plays them, so that's kind of how I get some ideas of this. At the very least, Scarlet and Violet look like a step up from Sword Shield because they took their time. Not enough time, but more time.
The reason I say mainline Pokemon games specifically is because when they made a game where, catching
Bro,
them all wasn't the
one of my
point of the
favorites.
game, where you don't need all, 500 or however many there are now, like then you can put the time into modeling the ones that you do have.
These are still the best looking 3D Pokemon models despite the lower res.
Mm.
I could go on about this, but yes,
I I just
Pokemon
really want them
Colosseum
to.
is like the OG when it comes to 3D Pokemon. Yes, I know Pokemon Stadium was first, but I think this is the best looking game they've ever made.
And
Not
back
from
then,
resolution and like graphic standpoints, but just from like how good they look.
you only had 200 some odd, so it was like and I don't even know if the full Pokedex was in Coliseum because again that wasn't the point of the game.
They did
So
model it because you could import your Pokemon from the mainline game. So they modeled the first 300 or so, which was through the end of Gen 3's editions.
okay. Wasn't there like a version of the not like this game, but didn't they make a Pokemon Coliseum style game for like the Wii or Wii U, and then this whole series just kind of like
Yeah,
vanished?
it was. I don't remember what it was called. It wasn't Pokemon like Battle Arena or Pokemon something. Yeah, there was one on the Wii that was the Gen 4 Pokemon included, and maybe Gen 5. I don't remember for sure, but yeah, there was a second one, and then they stopped making console Pokemon battlers. I think it's because partially also at that point they were already thinking of moving Pokemon towards mainline console, i.e., Switch release.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
and then at that point, the console and the handheld have basically become the same thing.
that's something that we could talk about for hours. Is just the whole console handheld thing and what the Switch represents. But we'll say that for another time. Let's talk more about Texas, I guess.
Yeah. Also, just this is good character design here.
Oh, this guy Wes.
Yeah, you got
I like the
you got like the
goggles.
different uh the lines on the jacket here emphasizing like sort of like rib cage and musculature. You got this cool asymmetry thing going on with the Snag'em device, which is where they also add some complementary colors in there. They add a little bit of purple, uh, which blends in nicely, and then you got the cool like face tattoo thing that helps break up the face shape.
This might be the only Pokemon game where you play as somebody who literally starts as a criminal.
There's a reason this is one of the best Pokemon games.
I know, right? It's like, dude, they should have done that again. I just, yeah.
Or like a version of Gold Silver where you can play as question mark question mark question mark.
Yeah.
Oh wait, okay, yeah. We now we have Power World, where you
We
start
could,
as a war
oh,
criminal.
yeah, well, Pal World is different. That's like, that's the battle tech of Pokemon, where it's like, it's all about the military industrial complex and like everything is war and there's no peace. Um, or maybe it's more like Metal Gear meets Pokemon. Would you say that's more accurate?
I have not played much Metal Gear at all. To me, it's more like Rust or Valheim meets Pokemon.
Yeah.
But all right, we'll get back
Legally
to
distinct Pokemon.
Arknights. Also, thank you to everybody. We've hit 500 subs now. Means we're halfway towards being able to redirect,
Huzzah.
and we hit one of the thresholds to be able to eventually unlock memberships and emotes.
That's a pog for me.
Are you allowed to say that on YouTube?
I don't know. I know that's a Twitch thing, but
I'll allow it.
I only say that in real life sometimes to make like Zoomers cringe. It's kind of funny. I'm like, oh, poggers, dude, and they're just like they like put their hands in their face. It's hilarious.
Why is the old man saying poggers?
I was talking to these kids the other day. I can say kids. They're like 18. They're kids to me. And they were talking about Pokemon. And I'm like, I'm older than Pokemon, and they like looked at me with looks of horror on their faces, and that's the first time I felt old. So
For
yeah.
me, it was there were some kids in the art museum that were talking about Pokemon, and I mentioned like yellow version or something, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I think that's what my dad played." Like, all right.
I should say that when I was drinking. Sorry.
And purposely calling you Pokemon
Okay.
Pikachu to make them
I
cringe
did.
some more.
Oh, that's a Pikachu. My grandmother literally knew what Pikachu was. So there's a certain level of cultural osmosis.
But
Japan won the culture victory. Let's just say that.
my friend's dad actually knows more about like current Pokemon than me because apparently he got like way into Pokemon Go.
Oh god, my mom plays that.
You
She
know,
asked me like what the
this is like
Pokemon are, and
a
I'm like, this is this one, mom. That's that one.
this is like a 60-year-old something man at this point probably. Uh is just
Space Grandpa.
really into Pokemon Go, and
Hey, gets him out walking, you know.
yeah.
Oh, Grandpa, going on a walk.
Well, he's like, he's not the kind of person that you would think of as like, oh yeah, that's the kind of guy that's like gonna really get into Pokemon Go.
So
Like
here's a
he's
fun
very
fact. Oh, sorry, finish, please.
no, like he very much gives off the vibe of like the traditional sort of like Midwestern guy that like likes sports and you know traditional sort of like Midwestern activities. So it's just really funny when I learned that.
But here's another fun little data point. After my mom started playing Pokemon Go, um, we have in our house a framed set of 5 of the original set of Pokemon cards.
Ooh.
Like there's Vulpix, there's Jigglypuff, there's Pikachu. I forget what the other two. Maybe I think it's Squirrel and Bulbasaur. I think we have those 5, and they're put up in this frame with like glass over them. And I'm like, that's cool. But my mom just did that by herself, and she was like asking me. She's like, "Are these good Pokemon to put?" I'm like, "Yeah, go for it, dude." I mean, mom, she gets mad if I call her dude.
Hmm.
He's like,
Oh,
"That's not respectful." But yeah,
that's
it's
neat.
it's just funny how that sometimes penetrates different like age demographics you wouldn't expect.
Hmm.
Um, but anyways, so let's see. What other details can we look at here? I guess
Oh
there's
yeah,
actually one more
so
piece of art.
the penguin you're like servant is the penguin her boss?
The penguin's her boss, so you did pick up on that. Yeah, the penguin. You notice the shoes that Texas was wearing in the on her other outfit, her work uniform. Yeah, there's like that little logo.
Yeah,
Scroll back to that if you would. Let's take a little closer look here. You see that little blue fella?
let's
Uh,
enhance that.
that is the logo of Penguin Logistics Incorporated. Maybe it's not incorporated. It might just be a private. I think it's a
Okay,
private
yeah,
company actually.
I can see the penguin. I can see the penguin now.
So
He's like really got his beak tucked down there, but that
here's gonna
explains
guess
the
the
eyeball.
name. Yeah, that Penguin Logistics, and it's on her shoe. I think it's fun. They sell Penguin Logistics brand shoes.
Hmm.
That's what that implies to me. But yeah, this is an interesting little group of weirdos, of which Texas here is probably the most normal. Well, second most normal. And yeah, so they're kind of like they're not a big company. Um, they work for this guy, and yes, there are the occasional just straight up like the guy's actually just a penguin. Um, and he's got his fingers in a lot of pies, shall we say?
Does he talk, or they're just like, no, he's a
He
penguin and he
talks.
runs
No,
things?
he talks. You don't see it here. He has a gun, and he raps. It's Penguin 2-pack, and yeah, he's a very interesting guy. So I won't. I don't want to say any more than that, but you'll be seeing a lot of the penguin. The penguin's name? Can you guess?
It's not the penguin.
Not the penguin. No, not like Batman. It's a species of penguin.
Uh, he's got some yellow emperor penguin.
It's Emperor. This just Emperor is his name. It's like this is one of my favorite guys. Whenever he shows up, the story's about to get a lot more interesting and funny.
Hmm.
So yeah, you'll eventually see more of this guy, and he's quite the riot.
All right. Is he an
So yeah, that's
Italian
Texas's
penguin?
boss. He is not Italian. It's actually I know he's not really from a country.
Hmm.
He's very old.
Okay.
He's also Exuziai's boss. So he poaches talent from around the world. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Penguin man.
So he's got a lot going on, and he keeps showing up everywhere. Am I right, chat? I mean, you guys know what I'm talking about. He keeps showing up everywhere. It's like you can't get away from this guy. But he's like in the background. He's not like usually the one that's directly directing events, but he's just there. He's like lurking. There's a penguin watching you right now.
Hmm.
You just don't know it.
As long as he's watching the duck that's watching me.
He's watching. He pays the duck.
Hmm.
So,
There's that
there you
penguin.
He's everywhere. But yeah.
All right. Well, we finally
So-
got got through the thumbnail characters. It's only taken
Well,
us
we
2
didn't yet.
hours.
I want you
No?
to look at
Oh
the
no,
last bit of
one more
art.
skin.
Oh no, yeah, I'm sorry. There's more.
Is this your
We didn't
favorite
get to the.
character?
I don't.
Oh
You
shoot,
can't prove anything.
actually
You
we
can't prove anything.
we didn't even fully analyze
Oh yeah, we didn't.
we
Sorry, we
got
got
we
sidetracked.
totally got we got like 3 different tangents out of her collar decorations.
Oh gosh. Okay, bring the right skin or red one. Bring that one to the go like 2 more to the right.
Hang on, we gotta finish breaking down the formal
Oh, okay.
attire here real quick. Let's see here. She's got the wolf motif. Her swords change every time. I think that is a tactical Pocky bag. Like, look, you can see
Definitely.
the Pocky right there.
I think the Pocky's the one on the right hip or right lip.
Yeah.
The one you point at.
And they're sweet looking boots too. And it looks like her sword changes every time as well.
That is an disgusting amount of detail for boots. Like I don't know why the artist felt the need to go that hard on the boots, but you know.
It's like how
Where'd she
some artists really like drawing like mechanical devices, right? Like they love animating like mecha. This artist just like, I really like drawing cool boots. I also like the fun detail here. She doesn't have a skirt. She's got like these little like blue shorts.
Yeah.
That add like some color there. But like it looks like she has a skirt because she's got like the jacket flares out, and then she's got the stockings. But
she's actually wearing the same outfit basically, but with different colors. Except she's buttoned up this time.
And
the jacket itself is now almost like collared.
Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't have her arms in the sleeves. So I like the little like concession to practicality there, with like shorts versus a skirt, but the way it like goes with the outfit, you still get the general impression, like you still get like the hip flaring, widening effect of the skirt.
She's got a good tailor, I'll put it that way.
Ooh. That's
so this
cool.
is her splash art, because everybody gets the base art and they get the E2 art, as they call it.
Oh yeah, you definitely get like the crowd control, like Unlimited Blade Works vibe from this artwork as well. And you still have like the jewels and the alcohol and stuff scattered about. That's really cool looking.
She has a tendency to wreck things. It almost looks like the art itself is shaped like a sword slash, from like left to right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool composition. I really like the wolf coming up here and then around and actually like holding the blade in his mouth, Dark Souls style.
Stiff. Good boy.
And then you just imagine a whole pack of these things with swords just charging out, destroying things.
It's somewhat hard to tell if it's metaphorical or not on some of these. There may be some literal wolf spirits running around in the background of this particular story. I'll just leave it at that. But some wacky supernatural events are definitely in play. The swords, fun trivia fact, have names.
Which one of them?
This is the sword guess. This is the naming guess section here. What do you think those swords might be named? I don't know if chat might have any good suggestions here or not. We'll do the formal like name guess thing for the next character. So don't worry, that's coming up.
Are they all named after like mythical wolves, like Fenris
It's much
Wolf,
more mundane.
Gavaudin? Are they just called fangs?
They're not fangs. It's much more mundane. So let's see. Thunder and lightning. Okay. Or Kristen Glamdring. Not Lord of the Rings, but I like the theme.
Oh wait, here. Do I need to not look at chat now?
You can look at chat for this one. We're just doing this one for fun. What else do you guys think? What might they be? Rick and Morty. Nice. Okay.
Is it so? She's got 2 swords and they have a pair of names.
They do have a pair of names, and it's based on their color.
Is it white and black?
This is like deep lore.
White
Red
and
and blue,
black, or
chocolate and vanilla.
Fuligin and
Okay.
Argent?
So we'll tell you somebody's got it. So it's blueberry and dark chocolate.
Those are the names of her swords.
That's actually the names of her swords. Fun little side detail. They have to
Dark chocolate.
in this particular city that they were at, they have to like fill out paperwork to carry weapons
Left
because
and right
bureaucracy is
Twix.
inescapable even in fantasy.
Hmm.
So you know, it's like there's like part on the form for like name, and you can't leave it blank. And she wanted to leave it blank, but they had to come up with something dumb.
So blueberry and dark chocolate. Just
Blueberry and
imagine if
dark
she
chocolate.
had
So
like
she was like, she had a box of chocolates sitting on the table in front of her, and it's like, oh, there you go.
imagine if she had to name like every weapon she can generate. So she's just like got
We're
a
getting
list.
like
She's just like
Konosuba levels, like Chinchin Maru is going to be next. You know, it's like
filling out addendums to the form of like, and this one's name is this.
I think this might give you a slight indication as to her character as well.
Hmm.
With just be like, okay, I don't want to deal with the paperwork. What's in front of me? Whatever.
So,
And then
yeah.
her friends call her name stupid, and she's like, whatever.
Blueberry and dark chocolate. All right. So,
So
she's
that's
not.
deep lore.
She's
Only for
not
those of you
calling.
fellas. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
She's not calling the names out during a fight.
No, not that kind of girl. Not at all. But yeah, only people who have unlocked the module know this particular bit of lore. So, okay. So actually, we have a little bit of a special bit here before we look at her chibis, which are 9 and 10. Actually, let's do those first. Let's do chibis 9 and 10, if you would. Since we're on here.
These.
The FPS is a little low. That's fine, I guess. flood the screen with Texas.
There we
I like
go.
the little ear flick. It's like it must itch or something.
Oh yeah, that's a neat detail. All right, so let's see. Oh, and the two swords scabbards are different too. That's neat.
Yep. She
They
feels like
got
a Dark Souls character sometimes.
They got the detail of the boots.
So I'll point out something here as well. Her pose, she's kind of hunched forward. She's got both her hands up in front of her.
Ready to go. Dual wielding mode.
She does attack with both swords, with one of the skills active.
It's funny in the artwork here. Like, this is a good character design. She looks really refined, but the chibi looks so chuny. The way it's like
Maybe a little
posed
bit.
with like, I got the jacket and my wolf ears and my two swords because I got the dual wielding skill. Oh, nice. They even the ornamentation on her tie even made it onto the chibi.
Yep. So you might get the initial impression of a refined, elegant lady, and well,
yes, but also
maybe in battle things are a little bit different.
I like her little like sitting animation here too. Yeah, the ear twitch is nice.
Don't you dare make jokes about that, chat. I'll fight you in real life. I'm being bullied.
Oh yeah, the pommels are different too. One's got the wolf's head and one's got this like pretty fleur-de-lis looking thing. Sorry,
It's your
Shady
sword
Attic. We
names.
already did sword names. Somehow I feel like blueberry and dark chocolate are less mundane than like Fenris and Gavaldon. It's so out of left field that it becomes less mundane.
There's a certain she has this streak in her personality, which is a little bit like I just want to be left alone and like listen to my music and drive my car.
Hmm.
You can tell she's like the cool chick of the group.
I'm sure she and W get along. Fantastic.
I don't know of any instance where they've interacted. Maybe one exists that I don't know of, but you know.
Seems to be saying a lot, and then you just get like a series of ellipses in Texas, and then they fight.
She fights with a different character. We'll be potentially like taking a look at this other character later. Depends on how far we get. But yeah. So, a few more fun trivia facts, just real quick, before we do the special surprise. So her sword skills. 6-star characters in the game have 3 skills, and if we looked at something like Mudrock's Bloodline of Desecrated Earth, you know, sometimes they can be kind of like, you know, and they're usually thematic. So Texas's skills are all named after rain. So the first one is Silent Drizzle, the second one is Unrelenting Downpour, and the third is, unsurprisingly, Torrential Sword Rain. So there's a bit of a precipitation theme going on here.
That would match with the hair color in the blue.
And the funniest part about that is she hates rain.
Cat.
And it's for the most mundane of reasons. Well, 2 reasons. One, it reminds her too much of Siracusa, which is Italy. But the second one is it makes her tail wet, and she doesn't like drying it.
Oh yeah, because then it gets all.
Which makes you think it's like if you had like a tail and it's like all furry and stuff. Imagine that gets wet.
The humidity
like,
makes
dude,
it all frizzy too.
You gotta blow dry it. You gotta do all this other stuff. Man, that would be a hassle. Like having long hair is already a problem. Now
Every
I have
time
double long hair.
And then prior to drying it, you're now like dripping water everywhere you go. Especially if you have to sit down.
There's another character we may see later that is this on steroids, but you know, we'll get to it when we get to it. Yeah, the skill Silent Drizzle actually inflicts silence on enemies, so you know, haha, very funny. Thank you, devs. Did the trivia about her name? Without getting too plotty, the name Texas is rather significant, because the Texas wolf is extinct in real life. What might that make you think of? What would your guess be? The implications on her backstory?
That she's the last of her kind.
Correct. She's
They
the last
need
member
to-
of her family.
They need to stop stealing my character writing them before I finish my.
You need to be faster. That's all.
Yeah. Well, at least now I know I should target the Arknights audience when I finish the thing and release it.
So be like a little bit choony, but to be like, here's some history. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll
And,
be
you know.
like Arknights meets Saga of Tanya the Evil.
That's an
With a
unholy
little-
thought.
With a little venom thrown in as well.
So, and I do believe he knows that, yeah, the mafia people are all Italian, but as it dovetails nicely into her backstory, she's from the American branch. Because as you know, a lot of Italians moved to the U.S. So she's actually born in, well, Colombia. But spent some time in Italy, speaks the language, does not speak with an Italian accent, and I feel like I'm not sure if this was intentional or if it's just a happy coincidence, but her English dub does not have an Italian accent, and other characters from Italy do, like Penance, for instance. So I feel like that was something that ended up being intentional, but I just don't know how far forward they planned that. So yeah.
Does she have a Texan accent?
No, unfortunately, she does. One of her friends has a southern accent, but not her. She just speaks as you would expect, very calmly, very short, succinct, to the point.
Hmm.
Omertos is an Italian term, being reticent because of conspiracy. I don't know enough to translate that, but yeah, that actually has some meaning. Plus, this guy knows what's happening. Faust. We'll take a look at her maybe some other time. But yeah, she has fun friends. They're idiots. They're all idiots, but they're fun.
And she's just like the lone straight man in the group.
She's the straight man of the group, and she's like, "Why are my friends all morons?" But it's like power of friendship, you know. So it's like, oh man, we gotta love our friends. A little bit of that going on.
They're like
She's
friendship
happy
wins.
she has
Oh,
friends.
it's like that comic where it's like the power of love, friendship, and extreme violence.
She's the extreme violence end of that, except yeah.
It's like, friendship triumphs again. It's like, no, I'm just carrying the entire team.
There's like swords stabbed into the other guy. Just bleeding on the floor. But yeah, there's behind the calm facade, there's a bubbling anger, and you don't want to trigger that. Let's put it that way. But yeah, let's bring up a special surprise.
Oh,
So if you go to the special folder, there's an MP4 in there, and this is the only one I was able to find on such a short notice.
see if I can just. Oh, that will work. Will it?
This one's pretty sick.
Ooh,
There she is in her
that's
live 2D
cool.
glory.
Is there supposed to be audio with this or just video?
There's not.
Okay. Well, that's really cool looking. Oh, bring it back. Play back the entire
I tried to
message.
get I tried to find W's, but I couldn't find one that looked good on such short notice. So
That's really cool.
maybe
The
we'll get some more next
reading
time.
work looks really good too. For what I'm assuming is they had this artwork and layers to work with.
Yeah.
This Theo Martos. Ah, okay. That's why she's able to cast silence. That's cool looking.
So I don't know. I always got these like. Are you familiar much with Devil May Cry at all?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Not really
I get
beyond your
Virgil vibes
original.
sometimes. I'm like, I wonder if they were targeting like the same archetype
Hmm.
because they're a similar archetype, not the same at all in like plot details, but just similar vibes. And they do have the same skill with the sword rain thing going on. So I know the devs are nerds, so they may know about that. There is a meme where she's sitting in the plastic chair for those of you in the know of what that actually means, but yeah. Very motivated. Very motivated. Well, I guess there's
Oh yeah,
I
I
know
can.
we just spent over
Oh
an
yeah,
hour
there's
blabbing about Texas, but
definitely Virgil vibes going on here. Like right down to like black and the blue.
scum. She hasn't been like disappointing and like, rubbed her eyes after killing somebody yet, but I'm expecting it.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see her being like inspired by Virgil. Just going off of the first things that pop up off of a image search.
Now, who might be the Dante to her Virgil? There actually really isn't a good equivalent, so that's why I don't think they were like maybe intentionally doing it, maybe subconsciously.
Okay,
or rather, they just coincidentally hit the same archetype.
I recognize Dante.
No, everybody knows Dante.
Wait,
because he is best in game, but
W sort of looks like Dante-ish. That's a little bit of a stretch. Her fighting style is totally different though.
Yeah, we got debated pretty hard. There was they were doing this like 2 or 3 years ago. This is like 3 years ago, and they had this on this live stream, and they were talking about that they had announced that there was going to be a collab with a Capcom game coming up, right? And somebody, it would appear, maybe it was an intern. I don't actually know every single detail, but they edited in a menu sound effect from Devil May Cry. It has a very distinct like when you press a button in the menu. You've been using it since the first game came out, so it's like pretty associated with that.
Hmm.
And it was in the trailer, and so they like debated because Monster Hunter is just like the collab horror of Capcom's arsenal. But yeah,
Made everyone think it was
they
going to
tricked
be.
us, and actually maybe it's a good thing though, because if they release Dante in this game, you can't balance around that guy.
Hmm.
So, so actually, let's do last but not least the gameplay. I guess we kind of didn't really get to that.
Crowd control.
Correct. What else? Your first guess in the first part, like murderifying a single enemy, also true.
Hmm.
It turns out she just does literally everything. It's kind of hard to describe without having played the game, but she kind of breaks it over her knee.
Okay, so as long as she's within sword range, she'll find some way to hurt one of you or all of you.
Yes, to all. So there's a character, sort of, it's an informal class in this game called Fast Redeploy. So in a game where it costs points to deploy units, right? And you generate these slowly over time.
Hmm.
So you have to kind of have a budget with how you deploy your units. Some units cost more, some cost less. Additionally, when you retreat a unit, there's a redeploy time before you can put them back out on the field, or if they get KO'd, right?
Hmm.
That's standard 90 seconds, I believe, is the time.
But she has a much faster cooldown.
Her whole thing, and everybody else who's in the same archetype, has 70 seconds. Okay. You'd think I'd know this after playing the game for 4 years. But fast redeploys have, I believe, 20 seconds is the default time. There's so many modifiers, sometimes it can be hard to remember. I just know it's fast.
Okay, so you can use her hit and run style then, like throw her out there,
all
kill a
over
bunch
the place,
of stuff,
popping up every time,
and then just be like, oh, before you get hit, come back to your Pokeball, and 20 seconds later we do it all over again.
A little bit like that. There's other things there's a lot of stuff that modifies redeploy times, which is why it's sometimes hard to remember. And there's a lot of effects that can touch that. But basically, being able to redeploy fast in this game is just, because of the way the game is designed, it's just really good, which explains why even the weakest member of this sort of archetype, the prairie dog chick, for those of you who know what I'm talking about, is still really good. Despite not really having like a lot of kill power, her ability to basically bait attacks and block and just be HP pools in the way is really it. Until you've played the game, you won't understand how that's like a definitive strategy for how to play the game. And because with Texas here, they went and they decided to give her like big dick damage. On top of that, I personally think she's disgustingly overpowered, and I love it. But you know, it's arguing about character power is something people do, and I find to be very like annoying to listen to. So I'll just tell you this: she's really, 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 really good.
I mean,
probably
it's not PvP, right?
It's not PvP, which is why I think that people arguing about meta gets a little silly. But she's definitely like, she's a problem solver. There's not really, you can't really exaggerate how strong she is.
I think as long as you avoid like creating too many auto includes, it's not really a problem. Like if she's powerful within a certain build.
There's definitely some maps, because remember the game's based on maps, and so what's good in one stage might not be good in another. The reason she ticks so many boxes is because she's good on most. Although there are some where you might not want a fast redeploy, you want something else. It kind of depends on what you're doing, and like there's so many valid ways to clear a stage. People do like low rarity clears. It can be done. It depends on how much fun you want to play. I even sometimes don't bring her because she's too strong. I'm just like, let me try something else here. I know I can win if I bring Texas because, you know, she's good, but kind of depends on your mentality, I suppose, is the way I would describe that. So yeah. We saw everything for her. We saw the chivies, wonderful. Okay, I don't think I have a whole lot else to say. So do you have any final thoughts?
Good design. Again,
Girl.
Wolf Girl informal attire, so you know that automatically makes her like at least A tier
I mean, I'm not biased.
I'm not biased either.
I'm not. I'm not biased. I know what you're saying, chat. Stop implying things.
Uh,
Just totally not my desktop background.
oh no, who am I going to use in the thumbnails now? Or do I just put them in the thumbnails and then you guys see part 3 if you want me to talk about them?
We can add some more. Well, before I don't know, you could chat with chat for a moment. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm gonna refill my water cup as well. So give me just a short break here.
Let's see, what is chat up to? One of her voice lines is quite literally, like, "Oh, someone got away." Whooshes away and comes back to continue the conversation. That does sound funny. Just like, oh, what? They're getting away. Hang on. Runs over, stabs them, comes back. Yeah, I was saying. Someone's selling the stage with her tweet button. Undeployable ground tiles are Texas' biggest counter. Is the stage is it like normal you like advance through the stages, and so you'll like hit a point where like you no longer have good deployment options for her, or she gets like stuck behind a tile, or is it all just like one, like is the stage just the width of your phone screen? Set map. Okay, so the undeployable ground tiles is just going to limit where you can drop her. Keep them in the thumbnail forever. I do like having consistent thumbnails for something that's like a series so that recognizable, but maybe I should just start like adding the characters that are going to be talked about. Like go back and edit the thumbnails to add the characters that were in there or something. Just create like the Smash Brothers wall of characters. Stage is different with different available tiles for ranged and melee units. Oh, has anyone played Knights in the Nightmare? Now that's actually reminding me of this. I should finish that game someday. Because that one had like a set map, and then there were only certain tiles you could actually drop your guys on. It's gonna be hard to find a clear image of that game, which is part of what made the game so fun.
Oh, return.
We tangented it already.
Oh, wonderful. That's fine.
Have you played Knights in the Nightmare?
I don't think I've heard of it.
It came out for PSP and DS. And I have to imagine I played it on DS, which I have to imagine is more fun than the PSP version, due to the control scheme. We're talking about how the maps work in this game. And so Knights in the Nightmare. So this would be the top screen on your DS. And it's hard to find a clear image of like the battlefield for reasons I'm about to explain, but basically there were you get a set number of your units you can deploy for each stage, and they basically stay fixed in place once you deploy them. And you've got a few spots you can drop them, and then everything else is going to be. Hang on, there's my cursor.
Did the enemies move?
Yeah, the enemies move, but the way gameplay
that's Arknights. Yeah, wow, dude.
The way the gameplay works is so on my bottom screen, right? I'm using the stylus. So this is I love this gameplay idea. It's so unique. All right, so see this cursor here that I'm indicating with my other cursor? That's you. You're the soul of a king. You're recruiting your knights back.
Are you the barrel or something?
No. You're this
circle.
This white circle here, which this is on the upper screen. You're controlling the movement with the stylus on the touch screen.
Cool.
So to attack enemies, you take your cursor up to a weapon, drag that weapon to a character, and then the longer you hold it there, the more you can charge it up, and you gotta wait, and it will then show like the threat range. It'll show the whiz of the weapon. So then you might have to hold it there while you wait for an enemy to walk into the weapon's range before you release it to do the attack. So that's how you kill enemies: is drag weapon to character, wait for the enemy to be in range, charge up the attack, release. Enemies have a timer. When enemies attack you, you're now playing a bullet hell game. So this cursor is now trying to dodge all of the bullets that the enemies spawn on the screen.
Suddenly Tuhu, right?
So it's like a weird mashup of tactics and bullet hell that I've never seen another game do.
Interesting.
And then, oh, man, it's been so long since I've played this. And then I want to say, as you take damage, I believe it's ultimately time based for the stage, and as you take damage, you lose time.
Hmm.
And then charging weapon attacks also spends time, so
I'm gonna have to take a look at this.
you have to clear it efficiently. And then there's a few enemies. I'm not sure what point in the game I was at. It felt sort of like the middle, but I reached a boss where he actually can kill your units. Because typically, like, your units don't get touched. Like, your units can only die if they basically run out of MP, and most units have enough to last for several battles before you have to either find a way to refresh it or turn them into fodder to fuel other units' MP. Because you can basically, like, uh, you like give one unit soul to another unit, and that unit gets a bonus, and it also replenishes that unit's MP. But there
Oh, so
was
you're
a
kind of like putting them on each other.
but there was a boss that I think he could only target your units while you were charging them up for an attack. But basically, like, he could actually like attack a unit directly and just kill them. And it's like Fire Emblem rules, where like if somebody dies, they stay dead
Oof.
for the whole game. But I save scummed that fight quite a few times to clear it without losing anyone. And it was like the first time that could happen either, so it happened and I'm like, what? Like, can kill my units?
That's mean. I'm glad nothing permanently kills your units in Arknights. That'd be a bummer. You'd like re-roll them if they died. I'm like, bro,
Mm.
gotcha hell. That's what that is. So maybe that's gotcha limbo. It's like you have to do an Iron Man of the game.
To clear them all.
Yeah. And that's how you get out of hell and get to go to heaven afterwards.
Oh, and then on top of all of that, you could change from uh you could change the battlefield from law to chaos mode or vice versa, and doing that changes the attack patterns of the weapons as well. So like in lawful mode, most of the weapons I want to say were more like straight line attacks, and then in chaos mode you get like these weird like zigzaggy X-shaped patterns. Uh,
that adds an interesting wrinkle.
yeah, if you have a DS, I recommend trying to find a used copy because I think it would be more fun on the actual platform.
I have a liberated 3DS. I'll put it that way. So I can put whatever I want on it. What's the name again?
Knights in the Nightmare, made by Atlas.
This looks
Which
like an Atlas game. You're right. Okay.
I
Naitsu in the Nightmare. Wow,
I
that's
would
very great. Thanks, Japan.
I think they only released
Okay.
the art book as a pre-order bonus back when it came out, so that's like one of those like used books
Oh
that's
yeah.
like on my like list of things to try and find over here at like not ridiculous prices.
Dude, it's impossible to find a lot of stuff. Not just like Fire Emblem as well, but like there's now there's two like big art books for Arknights, and they're like China and Japan only.
Hmm.
So you have to pay like ridiculous import fees, and they're not even English. So it's like you have to be able to translate it, which I can't.
I'll keep an eye out for those if you don't care about having an
um,
untranslated copy.
that's
That would
fine.
at
Let me
least
show you one more thing as well. Let me see if I can find it.
there was a actually while I was in Tokyo there was an Alice Fest going on in Akihabara, but it was mostly focused on, well, one, the lines were huge, so I didn't even bother going in, but it was mostly focused on like Persona 5 and the new Shin
Oh
Megami
yeah, yeah,
Tensei.
the SMT, as it were.
But I got all excited for a minute
Um,
because I was like, oh, well, they have Knights in the Nightmare merch, and think
dude, I
that
thought I had some scans from the art book, but
closest you could get to that
I'm not gonna be able to find him. That's
was
fine.
like a gotcha keychain. But
I've,
uh,
I have too many reaction images of Kaiser Reinhardt. My folder's full. Um, okay, so what else? Any other fun tidbits? Before we end. Oh yeah, Texas here is only 6'3". She's a shorty. Um,
the 6'3" or 5'3".
Gosh darn it, 5'3". Darn it, you're right. I did it again.
You're
I can't
short
read.
6'3".
I read 100. I read 63 inches. I'm like, that sucks feet. Sorry, no, she's 5'3". So the art book. So we'll take a look at it later. I have to dig through my images. Like I said, I don't feel like I'm as prepared as I wanted to be for this stream, even though I spent 2 hours doing that before we started. We'll get some more of it later. One other tidbit. Sorry, I'm gonna keep going. You're gonna have to stop me. You're gonna physically restrain me here. So her obviously Texas is the family name. And her first name. This is a bit of a surprise. To some of us. Would you be surprised in guessing that it's something vaguely Italian?
Hang on. Is this one where we can have chat suggest fake Italian names and I try to pick out
genius. Okay.
your
Chat,
best here? Let me
fake
hang on.
Italian
Let me
names for Texas.
let me hide chat real
Do it.
quick.
Do it.
Here, wait.
Yeah,
where's my? Here we go.
Cover them up.
My name guesses box is up. It's covering up chat.
So it's just a given first name and it's Italian. Like what could this possibly be?
This is purely going to be.
If I see Gabagool, we're banning you from chat.
This is purely going to be an exercise on like my ability to vibe check the name to be like, yeah, that has the ring of a name to it that goes with Texas.
Okay. You're guessing chat. Let's build up a little bit of a list here. And pardon me if I totally butcher Italian pronunciation. I don't speak the language. Let's see here. We got a couple.
And I won't be able to see your wild gesticulations, so that will also harm your ability to speak.
I know I'm doing it, and I'm like, I'm trying not to hit my microphone, but yeah, when you say it, you have to have the hands.
Life is hard for Italian VTubers without hand tracking.
Guess fake first names from Miss Texas. What stump our streamer here? Fake first names. And we'll have you write them down, of course.
I like how this was the stream where we're like, we're going to be efficient and fast this time. And we've already done
two
like
2.5 hours in.
2.5 hours in, 2 characters, like what, 8 tangents at this point?
This just means we have more to talk about, okay? This is a proof of, this is the content that chat subscribes and views for, right? This is why they're here.
Like, we're not actually here for the Arknights. We're here to figure out what random paths this dude's mind takes when he talks about Arknights.
Listen to these two boomers talk about Pokemon art for like an hour. Yes. And random DS games from like the 2000s. So, okay. Let's start writing down some names. So I'm going to start listing off suggestions, and if you need me to spell them, just say so.
Okay. This will also be a test of my ability to spell Italian.
Yes, it's fine if you get it wrong. All right, first name. Are you ready?
Ready.
Giovanna. Like Giovanni, but with an A, you know?
Right.
Selenia. With a C. Celllinia. Cecilia.
Double L.
Double L, yeah. Third name, Cecilia. Fourth name, Sedina. Sedina. Dan Brown, nice try. Okay, next name, Isabella. This is going to be a long list. There's like 15 chat messages. Next name, Angelica. After that, Alessia. Like Alessia. Liliana. And Marcella. We'll hack it there. So,
all right.
That's quite the list. Good job, chat. Yeah, it's just like Italian woman .txt. Let's see if you can figure it out.
These aren't guesses yet. I'm just saying them out loud with the last name to see how they sound. Giovanna, Texas. Selenia, Texas. Cecilia, Texas. Sedina, Texas. Isabella, Texas. Oh, that's got a good vibe. Here, I'm gonna delete some of the ones. I'm gonna delete some as I go down and just go like it doesn't pass the
So
vibe
we
check.
can't see it, by the way. Even Texas is too big. You gotta move out of the way.
Oh,
Texas. Good job.
there we go.
And everything's bigger in Texas, including the girl herself.
6'3". She's a small Texan.
Yeah, she's tiny for Texans. Taxes, Texas. We don't like taxes in Texas. I'll tell you what.
Bella, Texas. Angelica, Texas. One's not vibing. Alessia, Texas. Liliana, Texas. Marcella, Texas. All right, I've narrowed it down.
Hmm.
'Cause these have like the best, low best into Texas. Giovanna, Isabella, Liliana. All right, let's see. So now we're going. All right, she works for the Penguin Mafia. So like if you're straight up nobility, I would guess Isabella, being named after like Isabella of Spain or something. Wait, is Isabella an Italian name or just a Spanish name?
Both.
Okay. I don't think it's Isabella because she's more mafia background. Honestly, I can't remember if you've talked about her name before or not.
I haven't.
Okay. Ivana. Liliana.
So I didn't spoil this. Don't worry, chat.
Liliana, Texas. Giovanna, Texas. Giovanna has the most mafia vibes, so we're gonna go with Giovanna, Texas.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Hang on. Good job, Martell. You have fooled the streamer. Yay!
Was it Liliana?
It was Selenia, Texas.
Selenia.
It's the feminine derived form of Marcellus. Or of Mars.
Oh, okay.
I think that's the one. I think Marcus comes from the same root, so it could be like the feminine form of Marcus. It's a little. It's Remember, we've got a bunch of Chinese trying to use like random foreign languages to come up with names, and they do a good job 99% of the time. So they do a pretty good job.
Right.
But still, like imagine you're trying to name all your characters in Japanese or something, and
Right.
you don't speak it, like me.
That's like the the American baseball team names the Japanese had to come up with.
Bobson Dugnut. That one NES game, yeah, it's like that. Let's make up fake American names.
All right, Martell got me good. I was like Giovanna, Texas. It fits so well. She looks like a Giovanna.
So there's a fun little tidbit. She has a friend named Giovanna.
Wait, am I?
And
did I totally blank? Have we already looked at a Giovanna?
We have not. We looked at Miss Lavinia Falcone, aka Penance. Yeah, Giovanna is one of her friends. It's a long story. But you mentioned nobility, sort of. I mean, if you want to be technical about it, she's her house mafia princess?
Okay. I was thinking more if she was straight up like non-organized crime nobility.
They don't do nobility per se in Siracusa. It's there for it's like de facto, but it's not like de jure if you want to think of it that way. So yes, her family was like the big American crime syndicate before things happened, and they are no longer in existence. So
were you there? Speaking of organized crime nobility, were you there when Martell and I were talking about we're like just don't think Germany has organized crime because they're so efficient that if you're a successful organized criminal in Germany, you just become the government?
I don't recall such a conversation. But yes, I like it.
All right,
yeah, I think that's about all I have to say on Texas. I mean, I could keep going, but I'm gonna restrain myself. So
All right, it's time.
Let's not
Time for me
monopolize the whole
to.
stream with my favorite character.
Time for me to
Uh,
take my bang back and move on.
yes.
She's been enjoying it over here, and
You
she
know,
can.
it's hard to say. From what I can tell, Selenia has a set on ch, but I don't know how Italians pronounce it.
Well,
Wikipedia says it's a set.
with a
So
double L, it looks like the Chell in cello.
I thought her name stood for cello when I first read it. I'll be honest. She doesn't know how to play a cello. That is a plot point. I will say no more.
All right. Oh, this is interesting. This is a big change in vibe.
Oh, okay. We're on to next girl. So here's chat where the real thing begins. Our boy Mlynar has never seen this character ever. So recall, he's going to have to guess her silly code name eventually. So don't type it. Yeah, we're into some we're into a very different vibe here. I decided to include there is another character who comes after her who's sort of a, I don't want to say pair, but you'll see what I mean. So these next two characters are in a totally different universe. I mean, it's Arknights, but like different section of the world entirely. They don't overlap in the slightest.
All right.
So
So
what
we
I'm
got-
saying is, don't use your preconceived notions from what you know about Texas. It's not
Right.
going to give you any clues.
No, wait. This is a horse girl.
This is a Haunts, correct?
She once again has a ponytail and a big fluffy tail. The last horse girl was from Poland,
She
but
is Polish.
her vibe is totally different as far as like equipment goes. I see she's got the company logo on her shield. Go ahead and haunts.
That's a rather nice mace. Oh, here's
Rhodes-
another consistent
okay.
combat high heels,
Rhodes Island.
in case you like those. Rhodes Island, we'll talk about them eventually, but I think I'll just tell you outright, this is the same organization that Blaze belongs to.
This outfit is a vibe. This is really cool.
Did I pick the skin? Not today. We'll look at some. We'll probably do a skin segment for a lot of these characters later and be like, does this change your vibe of the character? But for most of these characters, I did not include a skin, but not exclusively. I don't pretend to be consistent in any way whatsoever. So yeah.
All right, so we got the comms gear on the human ears this time.
Hell yeah, brother.
We got this sweet like scarf effect from the torn cloak. And then, man, I love this armor here. Like, it's got such a good, like, industrial feel to it. Especially with, like, the black and white, where it's like, yeah, I can't even call it, like, medieval style body armor or, like, 14th, 15th century style body armor, because it doesn't have the segmentation, but, like, it's a good look, and I love the contrast of, like, the overall costume is black, but they've just got like these spots of, well, white's not a color, but it would look terrible as like an all black design. So like the choice of where to apply the contrasting like white metal is really good. And you've got these hard like industrial looking angles, especially on the kite shield here, where they also do this cool striping. So like color placement on the characters, sweet. This is one of my favorite breastplate designs for female characters when you're not trying to go for like the Adeptus Sororitas breast armor. This is similar to what Saber has in Fate's Day Night, where you
There's a
still get
practicality to this lady's gear.
yeah, you still get like a feminine profile shape from it that you wouldn't from like a full-on cuirass. But it
She
looks
doesn't have alms like super wide shoulders, right?
yeah. So you still get like a feminine shape from it, but it looks like a more practical piece of equipment. And I like the tubes coming down from there onto her the thigh
Looks like her
armor
potion
here, where
pack.
she's got yeah.
Like I bet you she's got like auto potion equipped as a skill.
Hey, you're not supposed to give away the gameplay.
Well, no, if this is like Final Fantasy, that's what
Oh,
seemed like it
okay.
would be to me.
Um, yeah, bullet markings on the shield. Ooh, you even got like a little window in the shield. It looks like near the center there where the boss would be. Maybe a little window.
It would really hurt to get hit with that shield.
Yes. Shields shields are scary enough when they aren't like optimized for injuring you. Like even just having someone throw their body weight behind a shield blow is already like something you want to avoid, so
I've been hit by one. They hurt.
yeah, shield fighting in Hemo was very, very enlightening, especially
This
when you have
looks perhaps like a
shorter
lady who knows how
weapons.
to swing it.
Just in terms of like how hard it is to hit someone when they have a shield and you have a shield, and then if you're there's someone at my club, great dude. I hate fighting him sometimes because he'll switch arms, which just
Oh
confuses
no.
everything even more. So now you're right-handed fighting a lefty with a shield, and it's like, all the math and the sword math in my head's not mathing now.
Did I screw people enough up just by being a lefty naturally?
And
It's
then
funny.
and then the worst part is like when I overextend and like make mistakes, lefties punish you way worse than righties just because of where the weapon is.
I will take whatever unfair advantages I can get.
So like if I overextend or leave myself open against a lefty, I'm almost certainly earning a hit to the backside of my shoulder. But and it just complicates like trying to fight them as well because their shield's not where I expect their shield to be, and now my weapon's not in a great position compared to them.
Yeah,
And
imagine
then
having
and
the
then
whole
of
world
course
built around you
if
and
I
then
try to
having it turned
switch
upside down.
if I try to switch lefty, he just switches back to his right hand, and then we just do this dance. All right, sorry. I
So this particular lady here has got a rather large mace.
Yeah, which it looks like can also fold out into a pickaxe,
She's playing Minecraft.
which would
She's
also
gonna
be
undermine your
good.
base.
I don't know if there's cavalry units, but like this is cool because it's like she can swing it like an axe, she can thrust with it, and then she can also pop out. Even if she only pops out one end of that, then it basically turns into like a halberd, and she can use that pick ends to like drag someone off of their mount.
A little bit like the sword spikes on the Orkai
Hmm,
in the movies.
that's
I know. So I know there's been many things, but this is why they actually. Let me put my nerd glasses up. This is why those wouldn't work. But it's that's what they were going for. Is what I'm saying.
yeah. No, I
Spikes and
really
stuff
like
like bill hooks tends to work against Cav.
the design of the Urkai berserker swords, where you
Yeah.
just have the massive, almost like executioner style sword, but then it terminates into the hooks on either end.
Speaking of hooks, do you like her combat high heels?
I do.
Like
Uh,
that is also a weapon.
hmm. Oh, yeah, she's a horse. I don't want to get kicked by a horse.
It would hurt. I'll put it that way. I have not been kicked by a horse. I dodged getting kicked by a horse and dying as a child, so that's why I'm still here. But didn't
Hmm.
get hit.
Your squirrel reflexes saved you.
I was like, I just did the Matrix. I like leaned backwards. I was 4 years old. It was a fun time.
Hmm.
You got like some knee pads going on there.
Yep, which here it's good that they didn't go with the same coloration as the rest of the uniform, because down here I think it would be more distracting if these were brightly colored or lightly
Mm-hmm.
colored. So it's good they just kind of kept them like this muted gray color with some highlights to really emphasize like the here. Let's unhaunts for a minute.
Unhunts. Why would you do that? Or do you mean just make her smaller?
Make her smaller so we can
Oh
appreciate
yeah.
the whole image here.
Computer, de-enhance. There we go.
Yeah, if these were brightly colored, it would be here.
Hunts.
If, for example, if she had cans of bang on her knees, it'd be very distracting. Um, whereas when you
Tactical bang cans.
take it
That's a new
away,
one, chat. Send that to the developers.
when you take that away, now you like the image nicely breaks into like thirds here, where like her top third has all the like cool contrasting bright colors on it. And then like her middle third is dominated by the large black mass of the skirt with just a little bit of white from the shield still being there. And then by the time you get to the bottom third of her design, it's basically like all dark. Like even though this is clearly the same kind of metal as this, they're letting her cast a shadow on it so they can use a darker shade of gray.
Something that sticks out to my eyes is the line on her skirt. And it's like this silver line that goes shook up to the edge of the image, and that very nicely basically is the bottom third barrier. So you've got that, and then like the upper barrier would be like the beginning of her breastplate.
Yeah. And then the shield kind of ties it all together.
Her proportions look very realistic.
Yeah, and then you also
like,
get
see where her hips are. Yeah,
they also like bulk out the image with the tail, which helps
like
balance out.
That is a floofer right
It
there.
helps balance out the whole image, but also just adds to the overall like intimidating presence of just like how much space she takes up. And it's a nice
So she is a big lady, by the way. She's
is she
that's right.
is she actually 6 foot something?
No, she is 5'7". So she's 171 centimeters.
All right, with the
She is a
heels,
large lady.
with the heels, that's almost 6 feet. With the heels and the ears,
With the heels, she'd be like 6 feet almost. Yeah, but she's big.
then the hair is a nice neutral color, which helps the overall like coolness
Thank you,
of the
chat.
image.
See, they're already very quickly catching on to the fact that I can't read good and do other things good too.
You know, we have a center
But
for that.
she's got a ponytail. Very funny.
Her and Granny, both the Haunces have had ponytails.
We like the haunts. Granny's a womanlet though. Granny's tiny. This lady's big. Like I say, she's tall enough that I cannot put my chin on her head without like tilting my head up.
Can't eat soup off her head.
I don't know if that might sound like a weird conversion of measurement, but like my reference is like my mom and my sister because they're both short.
Mm.
So like Texas is shorter than both of them. Penance and Dorothy are taller than both of them, and that's just what I think of it as, right? I'm like, oh, that's taller than my mom, yeah. Yeah, she's like 0.8 squirrels, maybe 0.85, thereabouts. With the high heels, I couldn't. It'd be like my eyeballs in the back of her head,
Mm.
I'm like exactly 6 feet.
Sorry, my mind just blanked out there for a minute. I need more tea. Shoot, you're slightly taller than me then. I'm sitting just shy at 5'11", so of course the difference is astronomical.
Manlet. Sorry. Me petty. I don't think so.
Oh, look at all you down there.
Oh wow, how's the weather down there? Sorry, we have a mutual friend who's like, I don't know. I look up and I sometimes can see him through the clouds. So, no, there he is. Hey, shut up.
It's
I
like
see you there. I
my
see you there.
younger brother like just shot up in height as he got older. And we all just would start being like, you gotta
I
use a
still
ladder to
can
put your pants on in the morning.
I can maintain a 1/4 inch height and superiority to my younger brother, and I've lorded this over him my entire life. So he's like,
Uh,
I can
I
lift more. I'm like, I'm taller.
I think I'm still the second tallest, but like he's just so much taller than I'm. Like it's not even like, are you sure you're really tall? It's like no, just giant. Uh, I love this design. The color palette also really impresses me because they kept right, like this would be a completely different vibe if she had like red hair or blue hair. Like gray hair wouldn't work. Like Granny's hair color wouldn't work with her because then there would be like no contrast to the image.
Yeah,
So they managed to pick a hair color that is contrasting enough, but still a neutral tone. So the overall vibe from the image is like cool industrial, uh, the might of the military-industrial complex
like big
concentrated
lady night
into a
vibes.
Hans. Yeah.
So what do you think her personality's like? Or well, you can tell she's a horse, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. But what do you think she's like? Like if you talk to her. Oh, we haven't even looked at the E2 yet. We'll do that in a second.
Oh yeah. That always helps with the personality
Bring up
check.
second haunts.
Mr. President, a second Hans has entered the stable.
Oh, I can't take this guy, chat. Every time he just says something unhinged, and I'm just like, dude.
Sorry, I hit 500 subs, so now I got to speed run YouTube. YouTube kicking me off.
Oh, there you go. You gotta do like the big views strategies. You know, Ninja is gonna tell you how to be a big streamer.
I just got to throw stuff out there and hope the right clippers see it.
Well, you and your freaking what was it? We were looking at Siege last time, and you're like, "Let's bring up the lion picture." Good. And I'm just.
Look,
I
I am ultimately, I am like a weird,
5 days.
I am part of a meme corporation created accidentally by Pipkin Pippa. Like, what?
Yeah, the girl who ate a spider. That's the only 3 seconds I've seen of that woman in my entire life, and I turned her off immediately. I'm like, nope, that's enough for me. I'm gonna go watch safe stuff like Botan or something.
This is this is what you signed up for.
I don't know what I signed, chat. I don't know what I signed. What did I sign, chat?
It's because you can't read.
I can't read. I'm a squirrel. I eat nuts. Not in that way, but the other way. Sorry.
All right. Let's see.
I
All right,
love
so
the height.
it's
I don't know. You're right. That's like I will give some allowance for goofiness in a set. Okay, it's fantasy. I will give her 1 ticket for being silly, and it is the high heels. I agree. They look good.
They do.
That's it. I obviously, if we were to be like full practical, tactical, whatever, yada yada yada, she would not have the high heels. Those would just be big boots.
I think it's fitting because she's a horse.
She looks pretty. That's
that too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I like the way the weapon opens up there. That's neat.
Like wings, dude.
Yeah. All right, so it's not quite the same level of like sad girl vibes that Jessica had here. But I'd say that
You're getting
now that
Jessica vibes. Interesting. They're
now
on the same. They're in the same overarching class.
now that I see like both of them side by side, I'd say uh I'm getting like melancholy. Actually, wait, should I just start using the 4 temperaments? Is my shorthand here? Like phlegmatic, choleric,
Oh, you might have to just find them. I'm not smart. I've heard of them, but I couldn't make them into like usable English.
Here we go.
But yes, she's got. Okay, let me say she's. Let's compare her to Texas real quick. Not as reserved, but like she's a serious lady. Let's put it that way. She's serious, but not like Texas has a bit of a cold aura to her. Like my vibe is she's not an easy lady to get along with. Doesn't make actually, this is very much a true fact that she does not make friends easily. Now, this girl over here, on the other hand, is probably a little more sociable. Is maybe the word I would use.
Compared to Texas?
Compared to Texas. Or and let's just ignore W because she's a freak.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat.
This is yeah, because it's not like she looks serious, but not like leave me alone. I don't want to ever talk to you serious.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can I just?
Selenia's like not gonna go out and like jump on a stage. This girl over here is okay. I don't know if I would use charismatic, but actually, you're not wrong. You're also not wrong. It's a bit complicated. Like I said, I don't want to like plot dump, so some of this stuff might be a little bit hard to describe without just being like X happens. But yeah.
Here we go. Here's our. Because we
Sorry,
already
humor
have
me.
so much stuff on screen.
Sorry.
All right, here's our four
You guys are being subjected to my horrible laugh.
temperaments here. Actually, yeah, no, melancholic. Different publishers use different names, but steadiness, supportive.
Oh, very much. Oh yeah.
And earth element oriented. Use a horse.
Haunts.
Have you seen the
She's a straight to business lady, that's for sure.
Oh wait, here we are with some physiognomy thrown in as well. Will I be able to just drag and drop this? No, I gotta save it first. I gotta drag it into the folder, which will then magically make me able to drag it into OBS.
OBS is a magical program, chat. Never use it if you can avoid it.
We'll physiognomy check the designs as well. Here we go. Melancholius down here.
Oh, this is going in places I'd never imagined.
All right, so let's see.
I hope you guys are ready for some intellectual stimulating conversation here. But
here's the melancholy. We got the head. Shoot, we don't have her in profile view, but clearly she's not phlegmatic, clearly not choleric or sanguine either. Therefore, by process of elimination, she must be melancholy.
if I had to pick, I would agree that she is melancholy. Of the four. Let's use another $5 word. How about telos?
Ooh, okay.
What telos are you getting from this chick?
Let's see here.
Sorry, chat.
Oh, sorry. I just realized I was talking
words and slang interchangeably.
I was talking about the wings down here. I just now noticed she literally is a Pegasus.
Oh yeah, zoom out, please. She's a big lady.
Like they said, when I was learning to fly the helicopter, they were like, "You gotta learn to dance." They were like, "She's a big lady. You gotta learn to dance with this lady."
The angels.
Gotta learn to dance with this lady. Ooh.
Aristotelian metaphysics in my Arknights.
Nope. Oh, speaking of which, we also have a hexagram down here. So there you go. I'm gonna go with a some kind of defender class, given that her shields make shields, so she can shield while she shields.
What an astute observation. She is a medic defender. She heals allies and defends. Hooray!
So the auto potions thing is relevant here as well.
It actually is. She distributes medical aid to allies
while also defending them. Very nice.
Also, she is a fat body.
I needed her in Helldivers last night. I tried doing.
No, if she was in Helldivers, she'd be like blocking those heavy devastator shots.
I was trying
she'd be
solo.
Diving in front and catching him with her shield, right?
I was trying solo again versus bugs.
Why would you do this?
Because I was like, you know what? We're doing so well at level 7. Maybe I can solo level 5.
Wow.
And
this man is bold, chat. He reaches for the stars. I'll put it that way.
You know what I would love for them to add to the game? As like
guns?
Probably an armor buff. No, because they still won't be as good as the sickle. What would be the point? But I would love some kind of armor buff that, like, when you're getting like swarmed by bugs and you're just like mashing spacebar and Q to try and stim yourself to avoid dying while you try to break out of the bug pile.
It's a distressingly common occurrence.
I guess this is why some people actually think the jetpack is worth taking. Um, they may be right. Maybe I should try that out. But some kind of armor that lets you like actually successfully dive out of that
So you're
situation.
thinking like some kind of like AoE effect where it's like stuns dudes around you as you dive?
Shoot, I would just have it being like your suit constantly is like lubricated or something, so you can just slip past all the enemies. Or
You're like a
temp
greased pig.
or like the Shadow Dash in Hollow Knight, where you just like can
Oh yeah.
temporarily like yeah, basically when you spacebar, you can't go through obstacles, but basically you can like be unimpeded by all the enemies in your way.
Or it's like a Dark Souls game. I'm a Dex build. Duh. Yeah. This lady's not a Dex build, by the way. She's Strength, Faith, Vitality. For those of you in the know, like she's casting Greater Urge Tree Heal on you, and whatever else. Maybe throwing a potion in your eyes and it heals you. You'll be blinded, but you'll be healed, right?
But I'm also getting like I don't think she's a like in game or like in lore. I don't think she has a spiritual role, but like she's giving the like the cleric healer kind of vibe versus like the white mage kind of vibe.
Yeah, she is a true knight. She lives up to the chivalric ideals that our best girl Granny so looks up to. They know each other.
That explains why she also looks like Saber.
I could see the similarities. I don't think they were saying going for the same archetype. I think that's more siege.
Hmm.
But yes.
It's a very like Saber's got a pretty distinct armor look that there's elements of it here, right? Like Saber's shoulders aren't armored, but she does have puffy sleeves that serve a similar design effect on her profile.
Yeah.
And then the chest plate is very Saber-like, and then the side skirt armor on the thighs. Saber's is longer, but like this is a very Saber-looking design.
So let me say this to dear chat. Start thinking of fake code names. We're still a ways before we get to that point, so don't type them yet, please. But start thinking about them because I'm very interested in what you guys come up with.
All right.
So start thinking about them. We'll be a little bit before we get to that point, but yes, just I view that as an early warning.
All right. So we hit horse, melancholy,
noble knight,
defender, healer, Polish. Actually, unless there's another skin, we are getting up to the codename part.
I did not include the swimsuit skin. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so sorry.
Is this one of those characters where they're like, her normal design is super modest, so for the swimsuit design, there's going to be like nothing?
No, it's not Azure Lane. She wears a not egregious one piece. I'll put it that way. Do you just want to see? Do you just want to see it? We can just see it. Does chat just want to see it?
Does Mina Vanilla want to see it? Is the real question.
Does your wife want to see it? You know what? We're doing it. We're doing it, chat. Okay, we're doing it, chat. I should have included this one too. We're gonna show him. I know it's all self-respecting gacha games have swimsuit skins. Okay, I know how it is, and they are a self-respecting gacha game, and they tend to keep things a little bit lower key than other games, but she is a well-proportioned woman. That's the way I'll put it. So
I like when they trolled.
He'll bring that up for us.
I like when they trolled everybody with the beach episode of Gurren Lagann.
Everybody wanted to see Yoko.
Oh, that almost looks like Nessa's swimsuit color was, with like the blue and the orange and the white.
A well-proportioned woman. You can see that the armor's maybe concealing to a certain extent.
Ah, so that's
she's like putting up an umbrella.
She's got a bag hanging off of her tail that's like a transparent waterproof first aid kit or something.
I think that's such a funny touch. It's like,
that's
she
a
uses
fun touch.
her tail as an arm. She hangs stuff off of it.
It looks like she's got a dive knife as well.
You notice that the high heels are off. This is a foot. Sorry, I'll stop.
But she still brought them to the beach.
She did bring the shoes.
And the weapon. And is she
This would imply to you that Rhodes Island distributes beach chairs. I think this is an interesting plot detail and it has ramifications.
I also like the armored sun shield here. That it still looks like her shield design pattern is represented there. Also, there's the thing. I don't know what it does, but it's there.
Oh, the wrist thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk about that eventually. Just keep an eye on that. Plot
So
significance.
the sunglasses look almost like sunglasses almost look like horse blinders.
I think chat's enjoying this. Are you guys being unwise? I'm not a feet guy. You take that back.
Okay, I think the sunglasses looking like horse blinders. I might be stretching things a little there.
I could see it. I mean, maybe I couldn't see it as blinders, but you know what I mean.
I'm sort of. They're unique looking enough that I feel like maybe it's intentional, but I'm trying to find pictures of horse blinders that actually like match that shape. And
They're
it's
definitely odd shades. We'll give it that.
yeah, they're not quite the same, but well, yeah, because when you look at where they are in relation to like where the nose piece is,
Like if they sat down, they'd be like kind of tilted up over her eyes, and she'd be like, "I'm super." She looks like
yeah,
freaking What's the dude from Gurren Lagann?
Kamina.
Kamiya, right? Kamina. Yeah, it's.
You
I
know
don't know
what?
why it gives
Actually,
me
yeah,
Kamina vibes.
given the placement, honestly, like yeah, because of their placement in relation to the nose piece, they would actually sit where horse blinders sit.
If anybody in this universe was to do a "Believe in Me, who believes in you" speech, it would be this lady.
Like no, actually, yeah, these are definitely horse blinders because the way, because look at that bar coming off of like the nose piece to where the straps are. So that like those lenses are actually not in front of her eyes. They are going to be sitting to the side of her eyes, like at about eye level.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are
Well,
straight
it
up.
should be eye level.
Yeah, those are straight up horse blinders as sunglasses.
I always got the vibe that she's also a lady who knows how to party, but
Hmm.
I don't know. It's hard to support that with lore, but I just get that vibe sometimes. I'm like, I straight laced, but knows how to have fun sometimes.
Hmm.
Maybe, maybe.
Knows how to let her hair down, loosen the tie on occasion. Work
Yes,
hard, play hard.
yes. So I think this brings us. Chat, have you thought up any convincing fake code names for
Also,
this wonderful horse night lady?
I want to know how many other people have noticed that detail that seems intentional on this piece of artwork.
Oh, the horse blinders.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I have never thought about that, and I've had this game for years. So
where'd this picture go? How do I trying to move it? This one's down. Here we go. Horse skin.
he's bringing the Google chat. Be afraid.
Yeah, how could you not notice that detail in this piece of artwork? It's clearly what you're intended to notice.
Not her dump truck ass. Sorry.
All right, you don't get to see that now.
I'm sorry, chat. I ruined it. You'll have to Google on your own.
Gotta hide it now.
Modesty and all.
No, it's a cool design though. Like the transparent like windbreaker and everything is like a neat detail.
I think this should be an indicator of how swimsuit skins are going to look in this game.
Hmm.
They tend to be on the tamer side. Let me say, this is not Azure Lane.
Hmm. Yeah, there's certain of these gacha games that I definitely will not do this series to. It's like the artistic analysis blinders are only so strong.
Yeah.
Unless they're like, no, do it with eye tracking.
Oh, that's funny. Thank you, chat, for your input.
I guarantee though, I would probably do better than a lot of female VTubers.
Probably.
Oh, oops, that was an
He's a
X.
man with
Oh,
he's a man with a heart of stone.
uh-oh.
Wait, what? Did you end the stream?
Oh
Oh no!
gosh.
Oh, the stream's over! Oh no!
What?
Oh,
Nope, nope.
oh, bring us back!
Oh, thank
Bring us
goodness.
back!
I don't know how. Oh, I hit the wrong
Blaze!
I hit the wrong trash
Best
can.
friend!
I hit the wrong
Oh,
trash can and deleted the entire that entire scene.
nice. Okay. You know what the only thing, chat, that's better than one blaze is? Two blazes.
Thank goodness. Wait, this is, oh my gosh, right? So I deleted that entire scene and it was just like, yeah, sure, we'll trash it. I go to delete hauntskin.png and it
Oh.
says, "Are you sure you wish to remove hauntskin.png?" You know, it warns me before I delete this asset, but not before I had wiped out my entire scene.
Beautiful.
Thank goodness
Your mom
for
lets
the
you have two blazes?
undo
Gee,
button.
Jimmy, it's like two blazes. I think one blaze is enough for me to not survive the encounter, chat. Two, I shudder to even think.
All right, where were we?
It's fashion service. Yeah, there you go. Hello, Blaze. Hello, Dorothy. Hello, Afiella. Hello, Fia. Hello, Granny. Hello, Horn. And so on. Remember, Blaze has your back. She is a best friend, best combi. So you should feel safe when she's around. Well, maybe you shouldn't. I don't know. It depends on your interpretation. Are you less than level 120? You are unsafe. I'll just put it that way. If you're an old stinky like me, well, she's lost interest. That's an old meme. That's like insider knowledge, right? Miliardo hears it, he's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what nonsense is this?
I don't know
I'm
what
like,
he's saying. I'm just gonna keep clicking through the slideshow.
Don't worry about it. I know too much about the
giving
meme sphere.
giving energy drinks to the Arknights.
The alcohol intoxication from two blazes would kill 10 adult men. True. True. I'm just a squirrel. You think I'm gonna survive that? Nah, no. I'd be stepped on in like the first 3 seconds, and I wouldn't enjoy it. It would hurt a lot. Okay, so let's do the. You guys were thinking about your code names, weren't you?
Oh yeah, let me go. Hang on. Let me hide everything.
Okay.
Name guesses.
Unforgettable luncheon.
All right.
Okay, let's get in chat. Bring on the fake code names. Who can stump the streamer this time? Martel succeeded last time. Let's see who succeeds this time. Okay, we're seeing a couple good ones. We're seeing some repeats. You guys are on the same line. Ooh, good. Oh, okay. Let's start reading the names, shall we? Are you ready to type?
Ready.
Host streamer. First name, Radiant. Second name, Blemishine. Third name, Golden Glow. Fourth name, Shining. Fifth name, Sun, like S-U-N. Sixth name, Hussar. Seventh name, Nearl. Nearl. Eighth name, Hospitaller.
Right.
Alrighty, these are some good ones,
Ooh.
chat.
Can I get a definition for Nearl? Because it sounds like it could be a mythological haunt's name, but I don't want to Google it because it'll probably pull up a picture of her if it's her.
I would think that that is a shortening of Nearlight.
Yeah. All right, these are good. All right, Radiant, that's a good one. Blemishine. That's like Snowcent, where I'm like, I don't think it's real, but it's weird enough that it could be real.
Snowcent is an actual character's name, so there are
Oh,
a
that's
couple
right.
oddballs.
Just not Praminix's name.
It was
Radiant,
not
Blemishine,
Praminix, yeah. Snowcent's a different chick.
Golden Glow, Shining, Sun, Sar, Nearl. All right, I'm gonna
And
feel
this game
dumb.
keeps you off kilter just enough that you're not sure if it's the obvious one or if they're trying to be clever.
Yeah,
And they have tricked me in the past. I'll put it that way.
chat's pretty good too. All right, I'm gonna feel real dumb if this is her name, but I don't think it's Sun. Um,
It is
Hussar
not
is a
Sun.
potential, but it also sounds like the sort of fake name Martel would come up with, so I got to keep that in mind.
I would like to point out that he didn't suggest that name.
All right, let's see.
He thinks he's being
Hospitaller.
very smart.
Hmm.
Sorry, chat. I can't help but giggle. This amuses me greatly.
Let's see. Hussar fits with her being a Polish horse, so that's gonna stick around for a bit. Nearl. Nearl. Nearl's another one that's like weird enough that it's probably a character name, even if it's not her name. Also, how's my audio, chat? I keep noticing it's going into the red on OBS. Is my audio peaking? Am I killing the headphone users?
From my Discord chat perspective, you've been sounding fine for a while. So
Okay, OBS, I have to boost the decibels on the mic because normally it's super quiet.
okay. They say you're sounding good, so I think you might as well continue.
All right, Hospitaller fits with her class, but
I
feel
might
like a
point out a slight connection with roads. Hospitallers.
Woods Island Hospitallers. Sorry, you lost me.
The Knights of St. John were based on Rhodes Island for several centuries.
Are you trying to steer me the wrong way or the right way?
I'm just saying that's a direct historical connection. Maybe it's correct, maybe it's not. This is where I get to play coy, so I get to be mean.
I don't think it's Golden Glow. I don't think it's Shining.
No, we're down to 5.
Radiant, Blemishine, Hussar, Nearl, Hospitaller. He shines up your blemishes so they feel good as new.
She is a medic.
I think I'm gonna eliminate Hussar just because I'm not getting. Well, no, but she does have wings. It's Pegasus. She could be a winged Hussar.
Very good suggestions, chat. This might be the best one yet. You're stumping the streamer. I can feel his agony from 12 time zones away. It's like I sense a disturbance in the force.
Chat's weird names are too good, either because they're also weird names from the game, or chat's just really good at coming up with weird names.
I'll tell you this: they've been doing both. They've been over this long run of many recent characters. They've been giving you characters given names, characters' last names, other characters' names, and other stuff. So it's like I can't even give a pattern. They've just been doing everything.
Which makes it extra hard for me because then I'm like, oh, that sounds like an Arknight's name, but is it this Arknight's name?
Yeah, like Bleach. That's an Arknights character, right? Here's a hint: it's not, but it could be. It's just Ichigo. He's here now for some reason,
Yeah. I mean, we have a sword named Dark Chocolate, so anything goes, really. My gut is telling me Radiant, and at this point, I might have to go with my gut just because everything else is like it could be.
So these are some great fake names, Chad. You can tell that he's got 5 still, and he hasn't managed to eliminate any.
That's because I'm almost certain
I'm like Regis and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Is this your final answer?
Not yet. like I'm almost certain some of these are also named. All right, I'm gonna eliminate the Hussar because it's almost too direct. You know what? I just got to go with my
Full
gut.
speed ahead.
I just got to go with my gut. Radiant.
Okay. Final answer, Radiant. Drum roll, please, chat. Let me just pound the desk a little bit. Okay. Let's see here. You're going with Radiant. Who said that? Hang on.
All right, so I got it wrong.
Ryushiru Kazuhira. Congratulations, you have stumped the streamer. We had a close one with Radiance from Martel, so we'll give him partial credit. This is not Radiant, although that is a wonderful guess for reasons you do not understand. I'm not going to spoil anything, but that's a good guess. So this is Miss Margaret Nearl. Codename Nearl. She's very creative. She just picked her last name.
How many of the ones that were there? How many of those top 5 are also other character names at some point?
Oh, hang on. Let me scroll up. 1, 2, 3. At least 3 of them are other character names.
Okay, so I'm starting to get a sense of how they name people generally.
Chat, he's cottoning on to you. You need to be more creative. He's gonna start if you just start guessing other characters' names. He's starting to figure them out. So be careful.
Or I can at least, yeah, I'm calling it a partial win if I can at least eliminate all of the non-actual Arknights names.
So here's a fun fact. We'll give you credit for this. Blemishine is her idiotic younger sister's code name. So yes, she has a younger sister. No, we're not gonna be looking at her for a while. There's this one's one that has a bit of a weird translation thing too, because like as Bakian says, it translates as near light. From everything I've read, that is true, and it would line up with the fact that the event and story that she stars in is called Near Light. Wow. Oh, you know. So I think that they're going for a theme here. She is your lawful good paladin. I mean, yeah. Hospitaller, I like. Hospitaller is a weird one too, because I think there's an intentional like vibe being given here. Let me put it this way: the main place where the story takes place, if that is a good English sentence right there, is a land ship called Rhodes Island, and it's sort of an island, right? But it's like an aircraft carrier with wheels.
Oh, like from the H.G. Wells story.
Yeah, like that. There's actually most cities are either land ships or conglomerations of land ships that join together to form a city once their transit is done. So, yeah, or Mortal Engines. Are you familiar with that?
I've seen the trailers and immediately thought, oh, it's that H.G. Wells story.
Yeah, it's Mortal Engines, the anime version. So Rhodes Island is the size of an aircraft carrier. It's huge, and it has giant treads, and it's the headquarters for a medical organization.
Does this have something to do with the desecrated Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose I haven't asked, and you don't have to answer this if it would spoil things, but like, are you fighting typically like non-boss enemies? Are you fighting other operator types, or are you fighting some weird creatures spawned from the tormented Earth?
Both. It can be both and more. Sometimes you're fighting rival paramilitaries. Sometimes it's actually straight up enemy country militaries. Like you do have a throwdown. You throw the gauntlet down with the Russian military at some point. You also fight paramilitaries from South America. There's what the hell else? There's like the vampires and their wacky servants. There's a lot going on.
Are you the player actually a character in game, or you're just like taking the role of whoever would actually be in charge for a given stage?
Both. It's a long story. Um, they're treading the line between self-insert and actual character. It's a long story, and it's not quite your Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses. More of a character from that, but still is one where I like to use this term of phrase, point of view character instead of self-insert character. We may be touching on more than I wanted to go into on this stream chat, but I would think that I would say that you experience the story from a point of view character rather than a self-insert. That's my argument. Some people will say it's more of a self-insert. It's in meme culture, in fandom culture, treated more as a self-insert because that's what's more relatable to the common person. They want to self-insert and be like, this is me. I think that it is an actual character that you are viewing the events through the lens of. It's something I haven't seen in many other games. So like a lot of the lines, for instance, when you are in the base and the characters will actually talk to you, and you can like click on them, they say some stuff. So this character here, Margaret, would be talking to, from the perspective of talking to the character that you are sort of like sitting in the seat of. But yeah, it's you're not the one that's deciding stuff, so it's not Fire Emblem in that regard. You are not Byleth.
Okay.
You don't marry the characters. It's not that kind of game. And I feel like as time has gone on, they've tried to sort of very carefully skate the line between self-insert and point of view character. And it's sometimes more successful, sometimes less successful. But the character clearly exists, and they have an idea of what this person is supposed to be like. Yeah, Henry from Kingdom Come Deliverance is maybe a good example. You experience events from this character's perspective. So a lot of stuff like, and the reason I say this is also because this character is not present in all events. So sometimes you're getting the point of view from other characters.
Okay.
So it's not like, and this is where a lot of the separation from a lot of other gacha games come from, where everything is point of view self-insert, and this is like a big marketing point for a lot of these things, right?
Right.
It's like
here's
all the characters love me.
Here's your
Right.
gacha harem.
Everybody is my potential wife. That's really not what they're doing with this game. We'll see another character who's actually the head of the organization later, not today, but we'll be seeing her. You are from the perspective. You didn't play Fire Emblem 7, did you?
No.
Well, actually, I know you didn't, because you didn't recognize the Pegasisters that we looked at in the first stream. So Fire Emblem 7 on the GBA did a rather interesting framing for how your character is, right? You actually are from the point of view as the tactician of the group. So it makes sense for you to be giving orders to characters like, oh, you go here, you're doing this, blah, 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 blah. You're the one who's like running the war, but the character's the one like actually doing the stuff. So like you've got Lindis, you've got, Ellawood and Hector, they're doing all their stuff, and things happen. It's a very exciting time. They did something similar in Fire Emblem Awakening, released in 2013 on a Nintendo 3DS, where they kind of combined the roles, where you are the director of the events, you're the group's tactician, but you were also a main character. So it's part self-insert, part point of view. They kind of half-housed it, and it's fine. And this is also the first Fire Emblem game where you could like marry anybody and like make children and stuff. So it's the point of view character in this game is very Robin Fire Emblem Awakening. Like, I cannot shake the comparison between the two. They even have the same hood, for God's sakes. Like, it's a long... I could go on about that, but I won't now. That's a lore detail I'd rather leave in the background for the moment. But, yeah. So I'm kind of losing track of the tangent to begin with. You see events through this character's point of view, but you don't decide what happens, I think, is the way I would describe it.
Okay. You're along for the ride.
you're sitting in somebody's seat, so to speak, and there are some characters who hate your guts, like W. She hates you, unironically. So it's not the kind of game where like every character just like wants to jump into bed with you, you know? Very much not that vibe. Like there's some drama going on. More so than Fire Emblem. As a comparison.
I'm sure that's like that gives the storytelling team more creativity too, if they're not constrained by like every
Yes.
character has to have a romantic path with the main character that could potentially happen.
Some of them don't even like you. So it's just the sort of thing where it's like you experience a lot of stuff either through stories where the characters are present and talking, or through HR reports where you are actually reading HR's paperwork about the character.
And then playing
it's like a
through it.
report compiled by somebody else, and so you get to know stuff that the character would never have been told directly. It's not done in the form of like a Fire Emblem support conversation. It's done in the form of like, this is an HR report written about this person. Which I think is super unique. I haven't seen this done anywhere else. So yeah. But it, I don't know. There's a lot that's up for interpretation with some of these things, and I don't pretend to be like the ultimate expert. So if you have disagreements or other thoughts, chat, please leave a comment in the chat or the video. Right. There's a lot to talk about. But do be subtle. Our friend Mlynar here will eventually experience the story, and it's full fun. So don't give away too much. But yeah, anyways, we've seen Margaret. I think we've seen everything. Did you look at her chibi yet? So go ahead and bring that up if you would. That will be chibi number. Oh, it wasn't 13, was it? It's chibi number 11. Oh, and I feel like the devs lie to us sometimes. I don't know what you think, chat. I feel like they lie to us sometimes on purpose. We're getting like Metal Gear level stuff because these guys are nerds, and this is like what they think is cool. So, yeah, I have my suspicions about this game, and sometimes I think all the information that's being presented to the player is not accurate. But that's just a vibe I get. I haven't had any proof. I just get the feeling, and I don't want to be like too certain and like, yes, this character is this. I think that they're playing a long con here, and yeah. So you can see Margaret's shield, her stance translates very well into her chibi.
And they choose to put the shield on the front here so that it creates a more unique profile to the chibi than if it were actually on her left arm and just kind of a background detail.
So I didn't include the other one, but when she heals, she like holds the shield up and like it isn't reflected in the chibi that's on here, but the light comes out of it. Like she's actually using light, aka like paladin style, to heal people.
I just realized what these chibis remind me of. It's like Darkest Dungeon, but with more bounce and movement, and like a totally different art style. But
it's funny you mention that because there's Darkest Dungeon mods that just replace characters with Arknights characters. Like straight up.
That sounds
People
fun.
make like high res versions and they just have them in Darkest Dungeon.
Do they do them in
very popular in China.
Do they do them in the Darkest Dungeon style?
Yes.
That sounds awesome.
Not only is it Darkest Dungeon is popular, Left 4 Dead 2 has a large number of character models you can use to replace people. Like you didn't play with us earlier this year, but there was a period where our little group was doing like Left 4 Dead 2, like super hardcore for like 2 months, and I personally was just running just like Arknights characters as the models, and it was hilarious to watch them fighting zombies in New Orleans. So it's a fun time. Right. So, do we want to look at the next character?
Indeed.
Like I said, these are a pair, and there is Martel says that
Brother Hans.
He saw the. Well, okay, so this fella is an interesting guy. He's a very interesting guy.
Father of Hans.
Oh boy, bring up a second one, please, if you would. You could put Nearl away. Put Margaret away. Oh boy,
Delete.
here he is, chat.
Hit the right
Here
delete
he
button
is.
this time. Ooh. That's sweet.
Yeah, this guy's fucking badass. If you didn't get it
Kentaros.
already. It's him. So I think I shouldn't belabor the point and try to play coy. This is a relative of Margaret. So you can probably surmise that his surname is Nearl. No points for guessing that. This is another Nearl. What kind of relation might this be, though?
Ooh. All right. So if it's not brother
So,
sister, let's see.
Like I'm saying, we saw an older brother before. We saw Silver Ash. Do you think this is also an older brother, or do you think it's something else?
Let's see. Let's enhance.
Enhance. Chat this guy. I tell you.
We need to get a close look at this face.
This dude looks tired.
Also tiresome.
Like, this is me after work.
He needs hang on. Fiddling around with something, but yeah, he needs here, you've earned this. Need this.
You've heard it, chat. You've heard... Get this man. What is this stuff called? It's not Bing. It's what is it?
All right. Oh, there's some lines under those eyes.
Oh my god. Chat, are you seeing why I decided to suggest to this guy? Because he has the most unhinged shit you've ever seen. Like, first it was Siege. Oh god, now it's this. Let's see. What is he gonna say this time?
That work? Oh, I had the wrong image selected. Hang on.
No, you've reversed him now.
No, no, dang it. I've reversed both of them now. That's not what I'm trying to do here. All right, fix you. Fix you.
I'm glad to see it's not just me that has trouble with OBS. I hate this program. It's free, but
There we go.
man, if it isn't a headache sometimes.
It's a great looking character.
Now you're just horsing around. Oh boy.
All right, let's look at all the clues we got to figure out his relation. All right, so he's
Why do you
older.
watch this man, chat?
I don't think he's her brother. I'm thinking like probably dad or uncle. So let's see if we can narrow that down. This man has the drip. Look at that. Got the sweet armor. That's a really cool gauntlet. I love the diamond patterning on there.
I get major Dark Souls vibes.
And then, hey, this man has a proper tie.
For
He
once.
must be from the older generation before everyone started chopping the ends of their ties off.
He's
I
not
will
a zoomer
notice.
like Texas.
I will notice though he still does the whole like untucked shirt tails here that Silver Ash was rocking.
Yeah, and Siotis is a business casual kind of guy. We might be seeing some similarities here, character-wise.
Also,
like they're both done with everybody's shit.
It doesn't look like he's got a ponytail, but the way his hair kind of disappears here, like I had to look to see if like is that a super long ponytail or his horsetail. At all the folds in that jacket. It's very satisfying.
Nice business shoes. Dude, I wish I had shoes like that.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot pull off this level of drip.
So out here where I'm at, you can get suits made like pretty cheaply. So my bet to myself is that if I can get back to the the shape and level of fitness I want to be at, I will get some really cool looking suit.
Yeah, this is how I would dress going to a random bar. Just like, yeah, let me go to like King Supers
You know, like
or Kroger if you're in the Midwest, and be like, let me dress like this.
I've got,
Instead of a sword, it's an AR-15. You know.
I've got a charcoal gray suit for like actual serious suit occasions, so this would be purely like the coolest, chuniest looking thing they can make. But first I need to be a shape that it will look good draped on.
So you've guessed he's a Hans. Good job.
Yup.
So if you were to talk to this guy, what do you think he's like? And as a second question, what do you think his relationship with Margaret is like?
All right, let us consult the wheel of temperaments.
Oh boy, physiognomy, Aristotle's back chat.
Wait, what is the Hans? All right, so the sanguine or choleric here.
I would personally vote for sanguinus, but that's
Yeah,
just me.
he's got the big eyes. All right, so this Hans is, sorry, Esno here is sanguine.
You came for intellectual stimulation, chat. You will be rewarded for your diligence.
Today we're going to talk about the telos and temperament of this Hans here.
Do you want an $8 word? Oh, sorry. With inflation, that's $23.59.
But in yen, it's only 500.
That's because the yen is cratered, baby. Time to go to Japan.
It Akihabara was a lot more fun because of that.
Dude, I want to go to Aki. I'll rant about that at some other date. But
that and the record store, I was just like,
I'm so mad. All the tourists are apparently raiding Aki and just like stripping it of all the good old stuff.
Oh, really?
The yen is like so weak. Yeah, no, dude. You've got like freaking Logan Paul's. Sorry, let me restrain my language before I start ranting.
I came here honestly. I didn't come here just to. I did actually complete my physical collection of the backseating games in Aki, though. I was able to find.
Dude, I watched this video a while back, and Botan was like wandering around Aki, like looking at computer parts. I'm like, why am I not here right now?
I'm glad I'm not like a huge computer guy, because then I would never leave, right? Like I'm able to just kind of go.
I'm so glad. I would have like eight CPUs, and I wouldn't know what to do with them all, because I'd like, oh, that one's cool. That one's cool.
Yeah,
CPUs to me is like crack.
I can just
I don't
like
even mind crypto.
Glide past. I got a little distracted by a radio shop, but then I was like, I don't have the time, knowledge, to deal with this. But I was like, man, if I were also into electronics, this would be incredibly dangerous.
May the thing you liked become popular.
No, no, I don't watch Ultraman Rising. I don't.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad this game isn't like the top of the revenue charts, because we'd have so many more idiots just like ruining discussion.
It's bad enough that they like skin suited a 20-year-old script that was not Ultraman related, but now like other people are gonna know Ultraman exists, and Ultraman already reached the level of popularity I wanted, which is that I can get good Blu-rays of it in the States. That was popular enough for me. And now they keep trying to push it worldwide, and I'm like, no.
Oh god, we used to have Tectone. Don't utter that name, Bakian Lao. Do not even speak that name. We don't need the clout chasers. We don't need the Reddit popularity people. My god, that was a bad time. Good riddance. I will say nothing else. As a bit of a tidbit trivia piece, that was a clout chaser that attracted him. He like orbited onto the Arknights scene relatively early on. And dude was just a douchebag, and he was an idiot. And well, let me put it this way: he made this big drama bait thing, and he's like, "I quit the community," and everyone was like, "Fuck you, get out of here." And yeah, he didn't come back. And then occasionally he tries to like post bait, and he just gets clowned on. I don't want to like curse somebody else's fandom, but he has latched himself onto the Genshin people, and I actually feel sorry for them. He's that annoying. It's like if you imagine the soy male, you know, like the heckin' here's my like Marvel. What are those things called? What are the little like action figures with the fat heads? What are those called?
Oh,
Funkos.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like he's like Funko male core, and he's that kind of guy. And it's like I really, like I was like, I don't play Genshin. I don't have any interest in it. I feel bad for you guys that guy has he has entered your community.
Oh, he's moved on to Wuthering Waves.
Oh god. Oh, he can't stop. He just keeps going to the next thing. He's literally the definition of like Reddit male.
Someone's got to release a
Like,
gacha game solely to like
yeah,
keep him quarantined.
you're getting a little bit of inside baseball in terms of like gotcha community drama, and this guy is a pox upon everyone. Nobody wants him, and everyone's glad when he leaves. So he left Arknights because it was too hard for him, and his wife liked Silver Ash too much, and so he got mad, and then he got divorced. So you know what? I'm not gonna laugh, but I'm gonna laugh. He's Cactone for sure. Um, oh god, it's a long story. Like I said, it's a long story.
All
I
right.
won't repeat it all here, but let's ignore him. Let's ignore him. Where are we? I totally like
Right. I'm trying to
ran us
figure out
off on a tangent.
if this is Father Nearl or Uncle Nearl.
What's your gut decision? I'll give you 10 seconds. What do you think's most likely archetypically?
Archetypically, I feel like Uncle is more archetypal, but I feel like Dad would be more interesting story-wise.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. It's Uncle Nearl. So yes, no, they're not going to give you a character's father. It's a gotcha game.
You might have to
That's
talk to him.
actually a major plot point. WTF happened to the Nearl parents? And this is the sort of thing that we don't know yet, and it will be future story events. So Margaret's parent, Margaret and her younger sister, their parents are missing, and it's the question is like, what's happening to them, and where did they go? Well, here is younger brother, and he's like on a vengeance quest, and he's also like angry, and he also pays the bills for his idiotic nieces. So, did you gather some of that from his face? That he's
Yeah,
like, I'm tired of my idiot nieces being stupid, dumb idiots who are dumb.
a bit of that.
I won't give you plot details, but his nieces are actually morons. Like,
Yeah, I think
like
we're
them. I like
going with
Margaret. I
the
like the younger sister, but they're stupid. Like
un,
they really should roll up to Uncle, be like, "Hey, Uncle, what should I do with my life?" And he'd be like, "Here's your wisdom, young child."
yeah.
But they don't because they think they know better.
Unlike her sanguine haunts here, I'm going with choleric.
Yeah. Go ahead and put that in the background for a second. Let's just look at his E2 art.
Which would also match with fire ruling
So,
obsessive dominance and
do you see how
direct.
he looks pissed? He's just done with everyone. This is why I think he would get along very well with Miss Selenia, because they have to deal with a lot of the same shit, and like having idiotic friends. Well, in his case, idiotic family members. He literally pays the bills. Like, he has a job, unlike a lot of people.
I like his stand.
Yeah, his stand is cool. Oh, you should see the. We'll look at Sister eventually. Sister has a very cool stand as well.
Yeah, he's very done with things.
One of the fun little tidbits with this fella is when they. I'll say this about the dub process that this game has done. So they've gone outside of the usual Southern California voice acting cartel that a lot of anime games tend to get forced into, and they have gone afield, far afield in some cases. So they find randos. They find a couple famous people, like Blaze gets done by Christina V, and she does a fine job, but I just hear Christina V. I don't hear Blaze. She's been in too much shit, right? So when you look at some of these other characters, this fella is Margit the Fell from Elden Ring, if you ever played that game. And it's like, he's a theater actor who just does some voice lines. So he's not like a big VA.
Oh, nice.
And the dude just nails it. Like, the Polish accent, from a Polish perspective, yeah, he like mispronounces the crap out of some of the words. That's fine. I don't mind. Okay. But he nails the vibe, and that's more important. Dude just kills it. So you'll see this with a lot of them. They do these. They pick these weird randos to do the voice acting on the English dub. The English dub, I think, is one of the best in the industries. So I don't know. People could whine like, yes, he mispronounces some Polish words. Dude's English. It's okay, you know. But yeah, I played Elden Ring, and then I heard this guy. I was like, wait a second, what? Margit? He's like, put these foolish ambitions to rest, foul tarnished. You know, all that. So it's this is not the only FromSoft VA that they have nagged as well. There's been a couple others. We might actually get a Polish dub. We're not sure yet. They have been doing language dubs. Miss Selenia is actually the first character to have 5 different language dubs. She's got Japanese, Chinese, English, Italian, and Korean. And she's just the start. So there's
can you intentionally, like in settings, can you set a different dub language from your text language?
Yes. You can just go in and pick it. It's
like,
on
can
a
you
by character basis. You can have somebody be English and somebody be Italian and somebody be something else.
So you can set it, like, if you take the time, you can set it up so everyone speaks in their native language, so to speak.
Yes. One of my favorite touches in this game, a recent added character, the Moose Lady, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. She's German, and the VA that they hired to do this job is bilingual. So Miss Moose actually does the English and the German VA. She does both, and it's like, dude, nice. That's cool. That's very uncommon in voice acting land. Very uncommon. And she's not the only one. There's at least 2 of the Germans who also do the English VAs. So the Russian ones they added recently. That was like a month or 2 ago. They're also very good. So again, there's Russian characters. So far we've got Russian, Italian, English, Japanese, Korean, Chinese. I think that's it. Am I wrong, chat? Is there oh yeah, there's some Chinese, Cantonese as well on 1 or 2 of the characters. But they seem to be wanting to add more, so I highly expect we'll be seeing Spanish and French. The French do exist in this universe. I'm sorry to report, but they are there. And yeah.
Having bilingual VAs is cool. It's like so like Tiffany Grant.
Really neat.
Tiffany Grant didn't do, as far as I know, the German dub for Evangelion, but she does speak German. So when Asuka like switches to German in the show, like she actually speaks it properly.
I wish that was more common. Like, it's such a weird talent and it's very uncommon, but it's super cool. But yeah, if you want soft spoken German in your ears, the Moose is where you're looking for. She does a very good job. We'll look at her sometime later. The Moose.
Checking this real quick. I think Simone from Gurren Lagann. I don't know if he had the same VA for English and Japanese, but I think his English VA can also speak Japanese. Oh, there's 2 different dubs.
There was a show I watched a while back called oh, what the hell was it? It wasn't Sky Striders. What was it called? Hang on a second. Let me look at it. Put the Google. Skycrawlers. Did you ever heard a show called Skycrawlers?
Skycrawlers. No.
It's an anime from the mid 2000s, and it was a manga, of course, and it eventually got turned into an anime. And it's basically like they're World War One aces, or World War Two, more like. It's like fantasy Europe. They fly planes,
Hmm.
stuff happens, there's drama. Project Aces actually made a sort of like knockoff Ace Combat game based off of it, and it had a lot of the anime itself has a lot of sections where they're speaking English, and it's the most English I've heard in a very long time. Like it's almost kind of rough. Like I can understand what they're saying, but like, dude,
One of
very
the
English.
one of the English dubs I don't mind. It was the only way I was able to watch the show at the time, but uh,
Yeah,
this
Last
this may
Exile is
be
similar. So
this may
good,
be
good
a
eye,
deep
Chet.
cut, but there's a tokusatsu film called Zyram by Keita Amemiya, who also did Hokkaido, and there
Mhm.
was a OVA prequel spin-off from that movie in the 90s, and they cast for the main heroine's English dub, they cast a stage actress,
Mhm.
and it was one of the better English dubs I've heard. Like actually, like her character in particular, like sounded really good. So I'm all in favor of I don't know. I feel like in general, when you bring theater actors into other acting mediums, they tend to do a pretty good job.
That is something I've noticed myself.
Either because they're
FromSoft, especially does like exclusively stage actors, and it shows. We actually have several other FromSoft actors in this game as dub samples, and they do a very good job. I think that I don't know. The voice acting industry is one of the things we could probably go on like a several-hour tangent about, and the issues with it in the
hmm,
current era. But yeah,
yeah, because they're trained to use their voice, um, and then like their like whole body acting and body language is really good too. Like with why am I totally blanking on his name? Willem Dafoe. Like when he agreed to play the Green
I'm something of a
Goblin,
scientist myself.
he insisted on like no stunt doubles. Like he insisted like if the Green Goblin's on screen, it's got to be me in the suit because
Yeah.
no one else can has my training. Like no stuntman's gonna have my training with like body acting.
Yep.
One last digression while we're talking about voice casting. That's also what I like about Moonshine Animation stuff because he's just gone out and assembled like his roster of voice acting talents, kind of from like just random people he's found online, a couple of YouTubers, and his the directing style he uses with them also like you know how sometimes you hear an anime dub and you're like this sounds like an anime dub.
Yeah.
His stuff is like anime adjacent in like kind of the vibe, but he goes for a really like naturalistic voice direction style. And I'm like, this is what I wish more dubs were like.
Yeah, for sure. I will give this game credit where it's due. I think they're for the 90% of the part. The voice direction has been very solid. There's a few stinkers, but they're exceptions rather than the rule. Um, as we approach the point where most of the characters actually have English dubs, I think they've been doing a very good job. Partially because it's done in house. So Hypergriff itself is running a lot of these, from what I understand. So correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but from what I've read, they're in charge and they give directions to the passing groups over in like Korea and Japan and wherever else. So okay, so
All right.
you know what's a haunts? Your
We know it's a Polish
what's
haunts.
your personality vibes on this fella? Like if you had to be like, okay, let's go to a bar. What's this guy like?
All right, so he's probably gonna order like I'm getting like bourbon, single malt scotch, like
I agree.
I don't. He's not gonna like. He's not
not a
gonna
Freddie
like.
Big Drink kind of guy. He's
Yeah,
not
no,
Jessica, okay?
no.
Jessica orders the Cosmopolitan. This guy orders the straight
He's
Scotch.
like, I just want. Yeah, I just want the bourbon neat.
He,
Um,
he's got some similar vibes to Texas in that regard. I think they would order the same kind of drinks.
hmm. And yeah, he's clearly very tired, very done with everything. Um, there's probably a let's not call it a friendlier side, but like if he weren't pissed off at his nieces and like they were actually looking for his advice, like he's not gonna blow them off. Like he would actually sit them down
He
and be
wants
like,
to be a good uncle,
"This
but
is
his nieces
how."
are morons.
Yeah,
So,
he's like, "This is how the world works. This is how things
well,
go." Like,
that's not fair. They're not morons. They're hard headed like he is, and this causes family drama. Uh,
stop
a
being
lot, a
like
lot,
me.
a lot of yeah. Don't be me. A lot of family drama. That's
Stop being,
basically these
stop
events.
being,
JPEG.
stop being the dumb version of me. I was the dumb version of me. You don't need to be the dumb version of me. Just listen to me, dang it.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's a lot to say about these characters, and hmm, yeah,
Yeah, like I don't know how many close friends he has. I imagine with his close friends, he is still serious, but not like he's not like antisocial.
believe it or not, he does have friends. It's funny you mention that, and that's some of the few lifelines this guy has. Um, so he knows people. He's trying to solve a mystery. What the hell happened to my brother and his wife? So that's kind of the family drama backdrop.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, I don't know if that gives you much of a clue or not, but
Personality wise.
yeah,
Yeah, it's well, it feels like with that, it's like you gotta like separate like the personality per se from like all of the stuff that he's currently dealing with.
yeah.
I feel like in other circumstances, he'd probably have a friendlier demeanor. I think regardless of circumstances, he looks like a serious and meticulous individual.
Lore would tend to indicate that your guesses are correct. So the family drama hangs heavy over his head, even more so than the other two girls. Um, and this causes a lot of stress. He's like 45. It's a little unclear.
Hmm.
So the the fan name, not the family name, but the fan name, the popular name for this guy is Weiji. What might that imply?
He's got a day job.
He has a day job, and you'll have to see some of the events. Like he has to deal with his day job. He literally has a boss, and he's like keeps calling him.
Okay, so
This is too relatable for me, and I
he's
hate it.
doing all
But
this investigation like in his free time then,
yeah, he's trying to solve his niece's problems because they're too stupid to do it by themselves, and he doesn't want them to know that he cares, though.
while also dealing with being a salaryman.
Yeah, he's a salary man. He, yeah, he's be like, I'm the cool uncle, except like I don't want my nieces to know that I care.
This
Edge.
he feels like he could be the main character of some manga that's like, oh, he's a
Yeah,
salaryman by day,
he's main character. He's main character material.
salaryman by day, and then at night he
No, he
transformed
didn't
into a
quit. He took vacation.
fashionable detective trying to solve his brother's murder.
It's a this is one of my favorite stories in the game too. Is the whole like Haunts family drama. There's a lot going on, and there's many other characters. Miss Sana, the Flametail Knight, is involved. Um, Poland is a fun place.
Hmm.
And a lot happens. So you've got this guy here trying to fix everybody else's problems because they're too stupid to figure it out by themselves. And yeah,
Are you saying you can lead a Haunts to water, but you cannot make him think?
you can't make her think in this situation, but yes. Um, This is just oh god, what's the dude from Fate Zero?
Oh,
Kiritsugi?
Kiritsugu.
What's his name?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kiritsugu.
Kiritsugu. This is Hans Kiritsugu.
Yeah,
Even has the same
I
eyes.
can see that.
He's like I'm gonna chew bubblegum and kill mages, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
I love that
You know, that kind of
character
thing.
because it's like that whole show is just like actually wizards are
That
terrible
entire
people.
show was like the closest anime has gotten to Harry Dresden being there in the flesh. And they aren't. Japan is not ready for Harry Dresden. I'll tell you that.
My gosh,
He's too powerful.
that would be a great series. But yeah,
And
Fate
God,
Zero is.
imagine Dresden Files in manga or anime form. That's like free run on steroids, dude. Like, I'll go on about that at some other point. But, dude, that's a dude from me. That's getting a dude. Nice, dude.
Monkey's Paw twitches. All right, Harry Dresden anime.
Like, oh no, Netflix is
Netflix Harry Dresden anime.
What did you just say?
Netflix Harry Dresden anime.
Oh, the wife heard it. Okay.
What?
She looks concerned.
Is it real?
No.
Okay.
Nina, don't respond. No.
But how would it make you feel?
I mean, I've read the first book, and a long time ago, read one of the random ones.
Well, she should read the rest.
I wouldn't be mad.
You should be mad.
I mean, it all depends, but you got me thinking this was a real thing.
Look what they did to Castlevania. Look what they're about to do with Devil May Cry. They're gonna run. She
can't hear anything you're saying, by the way. But keep going. It's amusing. Oh wait, now she can. Now she shoved her head between my ear and the headphones. So.
Can you still hear?
Hello, Minna. How are you?
Yeah, I can still hear. Well, the mic's over there.
How's the most recent bread?
I need to figure out how to make gluten-free sourdough.
I could put you in contact with my mom if you'd like that.
I'm good with it.
She knows bread. But anyways, yes. So I hope.
What do you think of this character?
A Netflix Dresden Files.
I had two questions at once.
Go ahead.
That character. The ears feel weird. They're just kind of there. This looks like someone just like pasted the ears on.
Oh gosh, we can actually see both sets of ears.
Oh no!
He's got two. He's got 4 ears.
Nothing else in the outfit really connects the ears to the rest of the character, so it just looks like someone.
He's a horse. Sure, he's a Haunts.
Haunts.
Thank you for showing me that crochet Instagram page.
He's a Dark Souls character.
He's a Dark Souls character? I know like nothing about Dark Souls. Okay, see the tail now.
Some of you guys might know Dark Souls in the chat, but yeah, he's a very angsty fellow, and he dresses snappily.
He needs a longer face.
Oh, show her the niece.
Are you saying the horse needs a long face? Dude?
Yes.
Yeah. Show her the niece.
The niece? Oh.
Yeah, go back one. This is niece.
Her ears are bigger, which I feel like bring out more of the horse.
Wait, should we show her the niece or should we show her the niece?
I don't get it. I'm stupid.
Oh, that's cute.
What? She's a nice lady. Oh, the niece in the One Piece. Yeah. With the dump truck. Hello, Margaret. How are you?
I like her hair. It's cute.
We noticed the sunglasses look like horse blinders.
Huh. Funny.
There's another niece. We're not looking at her today. But
what was the stuff about the Dresden Files anime?
Oh God, I know we were talking about how we hope it never gets adapted by Netflix because they will, butcher it like they do everything else.
Okay, yeah, Netflix, take that out of the equation. Just a Dresden Files anime, I could watch that. I think.
I was gonna say this guy could be he's like Harry Dresden adjacent. I could just get that vibe.
Maybe you would like
he's a bit too pretty boy, isn't he?
He looks unhappy enough to be Harry. I guess that's the way I would
No, he doesn't look unhappy
I like
enough.
how
You don't think he looks unhappy enough? Have you met? Well, you haven't. He's a fictional character. But
can we just stop and appreciate that she looked at this tired, grumpy 45-year-old man and said he looks too pretty boy?
It's because he's got blonde hair and clear skin and like golden eyes.
He's unmarried, by the way, just in case you're interested.
It's a fictional man. What do you take me for?
I know. No, unfortunately, every single character that you can actually use in this game isn't married. It's just the way the world works. So
Let's see.
it shouldn't be a surprise. They're like, well, they should be technically available, right? It's you got to sell the illusion a little bit.
If Netflix could pull off another Violet Evergarden with the Harry Dresden's anime, then that could work.
Do you remember the sci-fi show?
Wait a minute. I'm seeing
Dude,
some similarities here.
That feels like a fever dream.
Which show?
There was the Netflix Dresden Files show.
Really?
Oh,
Sorry,
why would you remind me of that?
Channel.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Mlynar. I should have said anything.
I had no idea.
What have I done?
No, I'm just thinking about the time we got to meet Jim Butcher, and he looked like a buffed out Jesus.
I've wanted to meet him, and I've had like 2 or 3 close opportunities that never worked out. I'm still mad.
Aw.
I'm like, ah. So someday it will happen. I'm just gonna ask him like, when's the next book coming out, and he's gonna be like, it's coming out when it comes out. I'm like, ah.
All right, man. It kind of hurts from this position. I'm gonna go fold laundry now.
I'm in favor of old men with blonde hair.
I don't know. Maybe I'm saying pretty boy because he looks really similar to a character in a webtoon I'm reading, who's like definitely a pretty boy. Like he's literally like glowing with sparkles all the time.
I swear, all the men you showed me so far in Arknights look like South Korean romance protagonists.
You don't even know yet. Just you wait, Miliardo. There will be more. Not today, but there will be more. We're going to be seeing some rather interesting characters. So, part 4. Look forward to part 4, chat, and future viewers.
All right, where were we? Animal type, personality. Gameplay. We haven't talked on.
Yeah, what do you think he does in gameplay?
Oh,
like, if you were to look at this guy
and
compare him to his niece, what do you think this guy does? Do you think he kicks ass? Because he kicks ass.
I think, especially if his attack is anything like his Haunt Centaur thing here. Like, I don't know if there's some kind of like trample or breakthrough damage mechanic, but he can probably just like pile drive into a horde of enemies and just like clear right through them.
He does have multi-target damage.
Like crowd control, but like more like directly in front of him versus like a big wide AoE.
Yeah, he's definitely. I will use a very clinical and technical term: big dick damage, and
it's very precise.
So this guy kicks ass. Bring forth the chibi. I think this should be an important detail. I'm sorry, chat. This is chibi number 12, if you would. Yeah, this guy is a centerpiece in a lot of strategies because he murders everything that exists. He's like sort of a corollary to Miss Selenia, Texas, in some ways. Not fast redeploy, but like numbers bigified.
I like that he's still looking over his TPS reports.
Okay. Move the haunts out of the way and just slightly move up his first sprite. I want you to see something. Look at it. You can just see the seethe. He's so mad.
Oh, it's the same paperwork there.
He doesn't want to be there. He has the newspaper.
Hard at work or hardly working. And then just kills everything around them. Goes back to reading.
There's a rather famous art piece that shows up in one of the story events, right? Where they'll have like they'll do the visual novel format, but then they'll have like a fully illustrated like art piece to set the scene for something. And in this one, he is sitting on a bench in a park reading his newspaper. As casual as the world would have it, and yeah.
Oh yeah, look, even his eye animation, he's like scanning the paper.
He's like squinting, like this is me at work.
Yeah, you can see his irises moving left to right there. He's just like
based uncle.
Read
he
the
has
paper,
too much work.
Have my coffee.
This is our Dante.
Get off Get off my lawn, I have a big sword.
He has idiot niece/nephews who need saving, and he's got to put in the day job.
I
Oh,
feel like
okay.
I can relate to this character.
We're gonna let me show you something.
Not because of my nieces and nephews, if my brother-in-law is listening in. That's not why. I just feel that I feel the tired.
You can bring this up, and this might explain a lot of what's going on in this character story without actually telling you anything useful. Just go ahead and drag it up on the screen. We'll see what the chat thinks. So you can see there's many animes sitting on this bench. Wait for it.
Idiots.jpg.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. This should give you a lot of the vibes of what's actually going on in this event. Without telling you anything useful, like, yeah.
Yeah, I can see. He probably doesn't get along with the blue-haired guy.
The blue-haired guy's
rather,
a fucking douchebag.
he is the one that would come up to him and say, hard at work or hardly working.
Yeah. You've got this edgy OC on the left.
Mm.
She's a nice girl. We'll see her later. But
I like the vibe.
But yes. You can see he doesn't want either of these people to be here. He just wants to read the news.
It's like this guy just keeps spouting off nonsense. This woman just says nothing except for the occasional ominous prophecy.
He's like, I just want to read the sports, bro.
Just want to read the sports and grill.
I'm surprised they haven't given him a grilling skin yet. I really am. Like, if anybody gets a grilling skin, he's like, I'm just gonna grill. He's like, what's the King of the Hill guy?
Boomhauer? Or
Hank Hill.
Oh yeah. Oh,
like,
the King of the Hill.
I tell you what. The boy ain't right. And he's like, sorry, the girl ain't right. He's talking about his niece.
Dang it, Nearl. Dang it, Margaret.
Dang it, Margaret.
Clouds
you don't
again.
Just be a knight. You gotta have some smarts, is what we say.
Why are you holding your pocket like some kind of Hollywood Nazi?
I don't know, chat. What are Polish boomers like? I don't know any. Oh, it's so funny. So okay, let's bring up the next one. Oh, sorry. I guess we were talking about gameplay. Let me not get ahead of myself. So you're guessing big damage. You saw the sprite. So
big
this
damage.
This guy's an interesting fellow. He does not auto attack, unlike most characters. He stands there and he reads his newspaper and he seethes until he gets angry enough, and then you press the button and he kills everything on the screen.
That seems incredibly fitting for his character.
It just works. It just works in the name of Todd, right?
But
yeah, no, he actually.
I don't want to be here, and I'm not going to do anything until I'm too pissed off.
Yeah, literally, the longer you wait until you press the skill button, the more his attack climbs. It just keeps charging up to a certain cap, of course. But he just stands there and he waits and he's angry, and he won't even block. He'll let dudes just walk by him.
Martel
just 3 block.
Martel confirms that at one point, blue-haired guy does actually say, "Hard at work or hardly working."
I don't remember that. I believe it, but yeah, he's read that more recently than I have. So he's standing there menacingly. SpongeBob, no, that kind of thing. He's again one of the more broken characters in the game. This is where he fits into the Texas Club, as I like to call it.
Okay.
This guy does so much damage. Now, I guess you got to use your brain. He's not a brainless unit. This is where there's a lot of debate. People overlap him with Mr. Silverash a lot. And there is some similarities, but they're really not comparable at all, as far as I'm concerned. You use them for very different situations. His damage is the biggest, single biggest, the biggest singles, whatever. But he does not block. He does not auto attack. He doesn't do shit until you press his button because he doesn't care about you. He's there for his paycheck. So you got to be careful. And if it's a high risk, high reward type of unit, is what I would say. So if you support him well with other characters on your roster, he'll kill everything on the map. Otherwise, you may have difficulty because he doesn't perform some of the single units that you would see from, or sorry, some of the functions you would see from other single units. Is what I mean to say. So again, I actually think
Are you saying
complement each other.
Are you saying he's a one-trick pony?
Shut up. But yes, he is a big damage button, and you press the button, and the big damage happens, and then that's it. That's the gameplay. Again, like he's a no-nonsense kind of guy. He doesn't want to deal with your gimmicks. He doesn't want to deal with your stuff. He's like, when you call me on my cell phone, I will murder everything, and then I will ignore everything for the next 60 seconds or so. It's pretty much like that. So, fun guy. Like I said, I think he actually tends to complement Silverash very well. Like Porque no los dos, you know? They do different things and they overlap in a lot of cases. So you have to like use your brain, and unfortunately this is beyond a lot of Redditors and a lot of like YouTube commentators when they want to compare characters in a vacuum a lot of times, and I think that just misses the point.
I love how much personality is in his chibi.
Yeah, he's totally like he doesn't want to be there. He just does not want to be there, and you can just tell. He's like, I'm on my vacation. Don't bother me. So this is a character that is rather tall. If I'm reading this correctly, chat, he is 6'3".
Finally,
I think I read it correctly for once.
somebody who's taller than 6 feet.
191 centimeters, 75 inches. I think that's 9'3". Sorry, 6'3". I think that's 6'3". Reading is hard.
All
I'm a
right.
squirrel.
And I think it's time for the names then.
Yeah, let's. What do you think this guy? Well, this one's gonna be an odd one because obviously you can't. You know his last name's Nearl. Okay, he's the uncle. But so you're just guessing first names. This one's gonna be. We're gonna do a short one here since we want to still do maybe one or two more characters before we end for the night.
I was gonna say if his character is a good stopping point, I am about reaching the point where we'll need to wrap things up.
Okay, I guess the question would be if you wanted to do one more or not, and then just push them out for a later date.
Honestly, if he's a good stopping point, I wouldn't mind making this guy the last one.
Okay, yeah, we can stop for here for tonight.
Yeah, I've got
this just extends the excitement and the anticipation for chat, doesn't it? They'll be ready for the next one.
I told my son I'd take him to fun places today on my day off. So.
Oh, I guess you do need to do that, don't you? Fatherly duties and all that. So yeah. Okay, chat. What do you got for us? Fake names. And I think that it should be obvious at this point that he just uses his given name as his silly code name. So chat, keep that in mind and give us something convincing. He's like Jessica, right? He's like, I don't have time for this. Writes real name on the box. Oh yeah, there's some good guesses here. All right, let's start reading. Are you ready to write?
I am ready.
Okay. First guess. Miller. Second guess. Garland. Third guess. Frederick. Next guess. Schnitz. Next guess. Czerny. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Czerny. Mlynar. Mlyn. There you go. AR. We've got next Schwartz. Schwartz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, Jack, give me one more. And no, uncle doesn't count. We already know that. Angernang, nice try. Okay, let's see. Let's get another convincing one. Okay, here's another one. Toland. Toland.
Right. So we got some more Polish names, some less Polish names. His niece's name is Margaret. Miller, Garland, Frederick, Schnitz, Czerny, Mlynar, Schwartz, and Toland. Let's see. Miller fits really well for like a salary man for some reason.
Yeah.
Miller, Nearl, Garland, Nearl, Frederick, Nearl. Frederick's a good name. Schnitz, Nearl, Schnitzel. I don't think it's Schnitz. Czerny, Nearl.
Or
Hard to
Czerny,
say.
I think if I pronounced.
Schwartz fits really well with the theme, I think. As you said, Radiant was a good guess for reasons I'm unaware of. If the dumb niece is Radiant, maybe the uncle is Schwartz. That would translate to like black near light, which would fit with his costume as well.
There's dichotomy inherent in the meta narrative.
Still underpinned by dichotomy. I think I was trying to say something about the duality of man, boss. You know, the Jungian thing.
You see, if Darth Plagueis was truly wise. I'm sorry, I'll restrain myself.
Garland's a good name. I don't think it's his name.
Kazuhira Miller. Shut up, chat. Sorry, that's Metal Gear. That's a good guess, but that's dude, no. Oh, that's funny.
I've got it down to Miller and Schwartz. Schwartz seems on theme. Miller just feels like the perfect name for someone that's like, he's a badass, but he also has a day job.
All right, give me your final answer, buddy.
Let's see. Miller, Nearl.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
Schwartz, Nearl. Radiant was wrong, even though it was on theme, so I'm gonna go with Miller.
All right, drum roll, please. Everyone, drum roll. Our chat member is being a bit cheeky here. You were correct and incorrect at the same time.
All right.
So yes, it is Miller, but it's not Miller. His name's Mlynar. It's Polish for Miller, so I think he's being cheeky here.
Okay, so I guess the correct name in the wrong language.
Yes, I don't think that counts against you. I think you're good enough. Yes, it's Miller, but it's
Polish.
in Polish. So he has a day job. He has a wagey. He gets phone calls from his boss, and he has to go to work. and he still has to keep his idiotic nieces afloat while this is all happening. Because one of them's an idiot and got themselves banished, and the other one's an idiot for being underage. Well, until she's not, but he's like, my brother and sister vanished. My nieces are morons. I've got to do all the work, and he does. Oh, and he's got another idiot, sort of adopted niece. We'll see her as well. It's a long story. This guy has dealt with a lot, and he needs a vacation.
All right, who's being cheeky in chat?
It's Martel. He's being cheeky.
Oh, of course he is.
He thinks he's very funny. He knows the name.
I will say Miller Nearl rolls off the tongue a little bit better than Mlynar Nearl because you've got the double yeah sounds.
Welcome to the Polish language.
Why would they speak
Actually, better yet, don't welcome to the Polish language. You don't want to be here.
Look,
Hashimish.
if there's one thing Perfidious Albion gave us that was worthwhile, it was the English language.
I can't argue. I speak it.
All arguments against English must be made in English, therefore invalid. Yes, you say the English language is terrible while you're arguing in it.
Yeah, it's like my Ben Shapiro thing. Well, you say,
Despite the fact that you were speaking English.
So here's a very, very, very short tangent. So we've looked at literally only 4 characters today. Does anybody jump to the top of your favorite list of the ones we've seen so far? Obviously, we saw like Rita and Fia the other day, and Granny was there too, and all that.
Let's see.
Anybody stick out?
I really like this guy's design. It's sweet. I dress like that.
He's just mad. I wish I could pull this look off. I can't. I don't have the physique.
It's good. Good character design here.
Like, Dark Souls equipment. Like if I had this weird gauntlet thing, I would wear that to work. Like no question.
Just gotta find a way to make it work relevant. I don't know. I bet you could pull this off in Japan or China.
I could type in that.
I don't know.
No,
I don't know a whole lot about Chinese fashion, but like going to Tokyo, like even like just like the train conductor guy, like I was like, that is a sweet looking uniform. Like even the train conductors look cool.
They're a number of years behind. I don't think I could cosplay a Hans. I thought about it, and I'm like, nah. I could maybe do Doc, but that'd still be like a bit of work.
I think I may actually like Margaret more than the other wolf girl.
Oh, than Penance?
Texas.
Sacrilege. You can have your opinions. Fine.
Sorry, you shouldn't have shown me the other skin.
What? Swimsuit Margaret?
Yeah. And the armored Margaret is a really cool design.
What have I done?
Armored Margaret has a sweet look.
Fine,
this is just like an armor design archetype I'm quite fond of.
She's pretty slick looking, not gonna lie.
It's like the industrial like modern details, but like it's a knight.
She will hit you with the mace and you're gonna die. That's basically it.
Oh yeah, does that thing in gameplay, can that thing unfold into like a pickaxe weapon, or is she mostly just clobber people with it?
It seems like it unfolds when she heals. Based on her E2 art. There is more to Margaret than meets the eye so far. We may see more of her later. We may also see the sister later. I'll think about it.
Leonardo confirmed horse girl appreciator. Martel, you know I'm married to a horse girl.
Yeah, he's married to a Hans. What can you say? He's married to Granny, basically. But yeah, no, there are many good Hanses, and we'll see more later. We may see the fish at some point as well, for those of you who are interested. I didn't want to make this episode just like Wolf Girl time, even though I was very tempted to, so we still have a couple to look at. So be warned, they are coming.
It's all right.
And they don't take no for an answer. So
it wasn't all Wolf Girl time. We had plenty of
only
tangent time.
Only mostly Wolf Girl. We'll be seeing more. Trust me, we'll be seeing more.
Or we'll get the preview for next time.
There's gonna be that. There's gonna be fish.
That's cool.
Wait a second. What are you showing? Hang on, I gotta wait.
Am I allowed to look at the E2 skin?
Don't yet.
Okay.
Don't yet. Oh, this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, this is your teaser for next time. We'll be starting with this particular lady, and yeah. So there's more to come, chat. I actually have a couple things. Let's see here. Oh, let's do. Do you want to do one small also? She's just holding the bang. Very clever. Yeah, Lupo strut. There we go. The exaggerated swagger of a Lupo girl. What can you do? You know. If you're not already sensing the pasta hands coming from this character, then I think you're hopeless. Is he here, chat? Where'd he go? That might
oh, sorry. I muted. Yeah.
No, I figured.
I see we found Martel's favorite character.
We were seeing some. Yes, we did. We're seeing some aggressive Italian vibes. We'll leave you with that. But okay, go ahead and let's see if you can close this slideshow. I will leave you with one teaser, since I have this out of order anyways, and I'll be sending you version 4 for the next stream, of course. If you can, bring up image 55.png. Just that one, though.
All right. Let's see. V3.
This is a character. This is a character we've already seen. This is a Miss Lavinia Falcone. I just figured we'd show you one of her alternative outfits because she's a good girl.
Aww.
For the wolf lovers in chat.
Wait, is she falling up or down the stairs? Okay.
She is falling up the stairs because she is drunk out of her mind.
She almost looks like Latin, perspective-wise. like she looks like
on the ground.
No, well, like the way she's drawn, it almost looks like it looks like a giant cardboard cutout of her was just dropped on the staircase.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, the perspective is a little funny.
Which I think adds to it because it's like she's so out of it. Even her perspective is wrong now.
So for also educational purposes, please Bing up. There you go. That's a word. In the Chibis folder, penance2 and penance3.webm, if you would.
Jeez.
And just drag him on here. This should be some helpful additional material. She is zooted right now, as the kids say.
Is that what they're saying these days?
That's what they're saying these days. I didn't put her walking animation in here, but she's like drunkenly staggering across the ground.
The kids these days don't even zoot though.
So look at her, like she's like pounding freaking old fashions or something.
Is that a Bloody Mary?
Dude, she is just juiced. She's juiced out of her mind.
Sorry, it's too much fun putting the sitting animations on the giant box around the squirrel here.
It is, right? I have several of these on my own personal stream layout.
Just sitting on the sitting down here.
Sitting animations. Yeah. They're kind of fun.
Mm.
She's like about to pass out in her sitting animation. She's like, oh.
I like how they just keep spawning. Like some bartender is like teleporting drinks to her.
it's one of those funny things where you know how you got like the HR reports as like sort of the format of the background information is given in if you just read a character's file. And one of hers is a transcript of her talking with another Syracusan judge or maybe graduate from law school. And she's like going on about true justice and stuff, and they're like, "You're drunk, Lavinia." She's like, "No, I'm not."
I promise I won't get all political.
Uh,
No, this
she also
reminds me of
gets carried back to her room because she passes out drunk in the bar.
like a week or so
After
ago.
she trauma dumps. Yeah.
No, like a week ago, Minna got like two almost identical looking uh shoju bottles. I think it was shoju, the Korean thing. She got like two
Yeah.
almost identical looking same brand bottles. So she had one the first night and was like, yeah, that was pretty good. And the second night she had the other one. One of them was 5% and one of them was 13%.
Okay.
And they're labeled like the only visible, if you didn't look for the number, the only thing that looks different about them is like the flavor.
Wow. So she didn't realize that they were so potent.
No. Not falling down the stairs potent, but I'm like,
This is also
where have
a
I seen this
lore
face
skin.
before?
She's being addressed a letter by a certain character. We'll leave it at that. Yeah, Miss Lavinia likes a little bit of liquid assistance from time to time. For a fun little bit of also, we have one more. Bring up let's see, I think it's Rita 2 or 3, either which one you like. As WebMs. Yeah, nice close of Lavinia's feet. You're welcome, chat.
Rita.
So we did look at her the other day.
Oh, Horn.
Yeah, sorry, Horn. I call her Rita. Oh, there's one of them. Yeah. We had her attack animation very briefly. So you definitely guessed the artillery bit.
Oh, cool. They made chibis for Lady of the Lake skin.
Yep.
Oh, that's cute.
Strange
Like,
women in pools distributing swords.
she
A
dives
sound
back into
basis
the
for a
water.
system of government, wouldn't you say?
I see no problems at all with this.
She's just happy to be there. Which is funny because her face in that like particular skin tells me that she's not happy to be there.
Yeah, no, in this chibi, she's just like, yeah, I'll pose for the camera.
She's like super happy. I didn't put the stun sprite in there. She just like sits down, just right in her butt. She just like looks very confused.
I like the giant Pocky cannon.
It's pretty great.
Hmm.
She is the white wolf of Victoria.
And I like how they put the shields on the front here. It looks more dynamic, I think, than if the gun were on the front.
In the skill 2 animation, she holds the skill, or she doesn't actually have the shield up. She's got like a sword and stuff. So they're actually a little bit different depending on what skill you're using, which is kind of cool. So yeah, that was the last tangent I had for tonight. Hello, Rita. Yeah, she can stand in my head. I'll allow it. Yeah. So I guess I don't know. What day is it today? I mean, it's Tuesday for me.
For you.
I don't know. I don't know if it was too early to plan the next one or not, but I'm enjoying the procedure. And we've got a number of characters to look at yet.
I can probably find a slot this weekend. Just trying to balance it with other things.
We'll hash it out.
My HEMA club, I was finally trying to get back into it, and they moved the practice to this morning from this evening.
Oh, that's nice of them.
So now I'm like, I might want to go to that Saturday morning now, even though that's our usual diving time.
Yeah.
So I got to figure out this weekend some more. But I think if not this weekend, then might have work. We should be able to get at least one more in this month.
See, what is it? 20 the night. Oh, it's the 18th for me. I know for myself. Elden Ring DLC drops Friday the 21st, so I will be streaming that on my channel. If you take a slick little look down there in the description, you can find me on twitch.television.
I can drop it in the chat here too.
I may try to squeeze in a little bit of Arknights itself at some point in the next week as well. So keep an eye out for that. I know there's not a whole lot to do other than like integrated strategies 4 at the moment, but I have streamed the game in the past. I don't think it's the most streamable game. It's a fun dip in every now and then. But it'll mostly be Elden Ring coming up. I did promise a friend of mine that I would also be playing Free Space, the old boomer space game, sometime soon. So expect that after Elden Ring if you check out my channel or not. Friday we're getting the Ride to Lake Silver's in, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So I'm not going to stream that. I'm just going to play it on my own because I have work as well. But yeah. I don't think I have a whole lot else to announce. I don't have something going on this weekend. I don't know what day, and I hate to say that. But I have friends being like, let's play some board games, and I just don't know when they want to do it. So we'll have to wait and see.
For
juggling schedules is fun, isn't it, chat?
yeah.
Trying to plan anything more than like 24 hours in advance is impossible.
Then you throw in the time difference, and it gets real fun.
Yeah, we got our 15-hour time zone difference.
Something like that.
So keep an eye on the YouTube chat. So if you want to see the next one, like and subscribe, and you will see the next one show up in your feed when it is the appropriate time, which should be soon.
In the meantime, I'll probably still keep putting shorts and stuff up there.
I want to see what the wife thinks about some of these characters. I don't want to like poison the well. So
Oh yeah,
let her come into it.
That's like, another good
totally
filler I can
unspoiled.
do like a tier maker stream, but with her.
I will heavily criticize your choices, so just be forewarned. If you don't put Texas at the top, I'm gonna call you bad taste. But you do this
straight to F tier. No,
Texas
is.
I know where you live, but I can find out.
Texas is at least A tier.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Actually, I wonder if I should do a traditional tier list of like S through F, or if I should rate them on like head ability, that sort of thing.
Actually, that could be a good alternate tier list. Like do both. Like who looks like they need a hug the most? Well,
Who needs a beer?
Who needs a beer? Blaze. Well, don't give Blaze a beer. You don't want to know what happens after that. But yeah. So anyways, I'll look forward to that. And we will discuss offline, of course, the next date.
And I've also for those that asked for other games as well. I have some potential, no clue when I can schedule them yet, but I have some potential interest from some co-hosts in doing some Girls Frontline and some Genshin Impact.
Yeah, a couple other popular games. I
can
probably supply a few as well that are not well-known gacha games. Instead, something else, which could be a fun little inversion of the format, sort of. Obviously, I would like to see you also turn the tables on me at some point and make me do the guessing. Check and see how stupid I actually am. But
I'll have to
we'll
ask
save
you
that for the future.
The incredibly easy to answer question of what things do you not know about?
What is that?
No, just because it's such a broad thing. Like what don't you know about?
Yeah.
I don't know what I don't know about.
Unfortunately, I'm terminally online.
You know what? Maybe I could do. Maybe we could do this with some of the Ultraman suits or something.
You would definitely be able to get me with that.
Or how familiar? How much like Japanese Godzilla have you watched?
0.
Oh, okay, that could be a good one. Is show you the kaiju and you have to guess like attack
You
mechanism,
you can get me
origin, or
with that
something
one.
like that.
So if you're interested, chat, you can see the tables turned upon myself. Um, Again, we've still got a lot more Arknights characters to go through. There are over 300 characters in this game that you can recruit right now, and that number continues to grow. This is
Okay,
not counting NPCs.
you're not
I
allowed to
also
add
don't.
you're not allowed to add more to the list though. Once I clear this list, I'm allowed to play the game. So
Uh, uh,
no
well,
padding
then
it. No.
I'm gonna add a little bit more, just a little bit more. I've been intentionally keeping it short because I wanted to do stuff could get through in a single stream. Uh, if you want me to give you the definitive like final, sure, let's do it.
Let's
But
yeah V.
give,
Let's make V4
let me
the
finish,
let's make V4 the final version.
and then perhaps after that point we can start talking about more of what's
Yeah.
actually going on.
So I'll probably have to go on a hiatus this fall. So
So you're gonna be kind of
really
busy, huh?
we've got the summer basically to try and
Okay,
clear the
okay.
list.
Well, we should be able to do it. I'm gonna have to be kind of picky then. There's a lot of obviously fan favorite characters and things people want to see. Um, so we'll see. I'll have to take a good look at it, and I want to make sure, of course, we get like chibis and everything, and all the stuff lined up. So yeah, keep an eye on the YouTube chat if you would, and future viewers, of course, as well. If you have suggestions for the future, please, if you want, leave those in the comments. Avoid using characters' code names if you could. If you use meme names, I can probably figure it out, or some other kind of oblique reference, and then we'll kind of just hash it all together and see what happens. This is very informal. This is just sort of us figuring it out as we go along, and it's for fun, really.
Yeah, I think
Like look at Rita here. She's having a blast.
well, but behind the scenes on YouTube stat stuff, I think sending everybody over to Twitch to post the comments was a mistake for me. Because the views on part two versus part one, there's a significant gap, and I think all the commentary on the first one is what helped it like get discovered.
We did get like 35, 36 comments, and the previous one was like 6. So
Yeah,
I do believe that YouTube algorithm stuff has a bit to do with it. You know how it is.
so yeah, we can post suggestions in the comments here. Just be oblique about it.
And then if you have any other thoughts, if you think I'm annoying, that's fine. You can say so. If you want to, yeah, just whatever your thoughts. If you want to add some extra details to certain characters, feel free to do so. There is quite a lot.
We can.
I try to be a little bit hands off with giving too much. Like I don't want to tell you everything about Margaret, and et cetera, et cetera. It's like it starts to border on the point where it would take enjoyment away from actually, reading the game story.
We can do more tangents. You can request less tangents, but it probably won't happen.
Actually, don't even bother. We're gonna keep doing more tangents. Like the Pokemon one was fun. Some other stuff. We might take a look at some of the Enfield characters at some point. Because a lot of it's the same artists, but trying their hand at 3D design, and I think it's interesting, and we just don't know very much yet. So a lot of it's subject to change, but it could be an interesting side point. And then maybe even looking at a couple other characters from other random games and seeing what people think. I don't know. There's a lot we could do with this format. I think it's pretty open, and I find it interesting. So I'm happy to play along with whatever direction the tide takes us. Right.
Indeed, we're here for chat's entertainment and our own education.
So again, any thoughts and comments you have, please post them below on the video, and let us know what you're thinking, because that's helpful. And then we can also like, oh, this person thinks kind of this, and we can take that into account for future streams.
I will. I'll also, right before I sign off, I will also shill Granny's channel now that she has unofficially start on the stream. I think she's planning to stream tonight, actually. Need
Are we
to
getting
ask her
some
if
red
she's
making? What's going on here?
still playing. Oh no, actually here. I'll just post the. I can't actually raid yet. I can't do redirects yet, but I can post the link to her waiting room. Assuming children fall asleep on time. She's going to be
Yeah, assuming they do.
talking about our adventures in Tokyo. Here's your pseudo raid.
Oh, there you go.
If you want to see Granny talk about Akihabara and Shibuya, head on
By the
over
way,
there.
he means his wife, in case you didn't know.
Oh yeah, was that stream one where you were like describing Granny's personality, and I was like, it sounds like my wife.
That was stream 1.
Okay, yeah, that's why I keep calling her Granny. Also, she looks sort of like Granny. I had. Oh wait,
She's
here.
taller though. Granny's a womanlet. She's like 5'1".
I had somebody make a. We made a. Where did I put that? We generated a Granny version of Minna, and I was like, it's basically the same character.
Bye, Chad. I'll see you tonight.
She heard her.
Hello.
She heard her name.
Oh, you should give everybody a nice little treat before we sign off too. I know it's like the last second. I'm sidetracking again. There's a chibi. If you go to the chibi folder, granny.webm. I know we already look at Lavinia. We look at Horn. You'll like this one. That's actually kind of freaky.
Right?
Right? That does look like her. Wow, dude.
Oh yeah, for anyone who's not familiar with FlaVR, it started life as Pippa AI generating a bunch of VTuber designs, which a bunch of people then took and used. So we'll regularly just like AI generate like new outfits for Fugies as required. So that's why
Welcome to the internet.
yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Wow, they even got like her little like shin guards down, dude. Not bad.
Yeah, the hair color is already almost identical. So
Granny's got kind of like purplish eyes.
yeah, she's got the ponytail.
She's got double police bands, except it's just
Doesn't
lines.
say it. Yeah, it's not Polish. It's barcode. It's supermarket. It's written in supermarket.
Agent 47. There you go. Wow, she's got triple pauldrons on one side. That's like wow levels of
three
armor.
times the defense. I just love all of the pistol mags across her chest.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow.
I mean,
That's
if she's got police levels of accuracy, she's gonna need them all.
It's 7-Eleven. Oh boy.
All right.
That's actually really interesting how close it got.
Some of the
I'll have to see what some of your AI gen stuff looks like, because this is like uncanny.
yeah, no, I don't do any of this, but we got a couple awesome dudes in the FlaVR circle that have gotten like really good at wrangling some of the AIs where like they've solved the hands problem, like
Nice.
almost all the fan art you see of FlaVR, like there's some actual fan art now from real people drawing stuff. But there's so much stuff that's AI generated that like my brother was looking at it, he's like, wait, this is AI generated? I'm like, yeah, they've gotten really good at wrangling it.
They're starting to get rid of the waxy look to it.
Yeah, actually shoot, let me just I know I'm just dragging out that I'm Midwestern goodbying chat at this point.
So I guess as far as chat's concerned, for those of you in the know, we may be seeing. Let's see. As far as characters coming in the future goes, obviously we've got more wolf girls to look at because this game's freaking crammed to the brim with them. So there might be a couple more. I don't know if we're gonna get to the fish. We'll see. Let's see what else. The Sancta War Criminals, maybe. Actually, probably pretty like because they're interesting in their own. There's only 2 characters. So look forward to a few of those. We may even very briefly touch on a couple of the memes. Mlynar here is gonna have 0 context, so this might be kind of funny to watch him react to some of these and be like, "What's going on?" But yeah, I guess maybe we'll do a. What you thinking? Part 4. I don't know if we can guarantee a 5. That might be too much. Whenever we get bored of it, really, right?
Mm.
We'll just keep going as long as we're having fun. So we've only looked at like 20 characters so far, maybe 24 out of the 300 something. So it's less than 10%. So there's a lot to go if we feel like we want to continue. So yeah.
Actually, here's Metal Gear. We'll pull up Metal Gear Solid Mina.
Is it solid Mina?
It's
liquid Mina.
It's punished Mina.
Punished Venom Mina. What? I hope she doesn't put it in the bread.
Which I'm not familiar with Metal Gear Solid, but I've seen the adjective used with Metal Gear characters, so I'm assuming it's
an experience. I'll tell you that.
Let's see here. It all started because
a woman denied her flower.
It all started because, well, first for one of her first like karaoke's where she was taking requests, people were like, "Do Snake Eater," and then
Snake Eater. Sorry.
Her why did you almost say that like it was the Red Robin's jingle? And then sometime after that, her brother like cooked up a snake and she had some, so.
Oh my gosh.
Like, it still can't really do guns that well, but like.
Oh wow. That just looks like that looks like Paz. You wouldn't know who that is, but chat might. Pacifica.
Is that character name or artist name?
That is a character name. Yeah, welcome to Kojima. Pacifica Ocean. Thank you, Kojima. Very smart.
I watch Yoshiki Tomino shows, so, you know, we have characters like Lord Shot Weapon. Can you guess what he does?
Does he shoot?
He's an arms manufacturer.
And he shoots the weapons, doesn't he?
I haven't actually seen him shoot a weapon yet, but he was
it's like the threat that he's going to shoot a weapon. That's like the drama.
Well, we all know, you know, he's a Californian engineer that gets isekai'd into this other world where he realizes he can build mechs. So he's got, you know, a typical American name like Shot Weapon.
Or Punished Venom Man, or like Die Hardman. What? Remember, Kojima knows more about America than Americans do.
He was on that baseball team.
Be the American that Kojima imagines you to be.
All right. Well, I'll cease with the Midwestern goodbyes and just say goodbye, chat.
Later,
Thank
chat.
you. Thank you for coming.
You guys are nerds. We'll catch you on the next side.
Take care.
More to come soon.